Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray, be seated. Honourable members, the special sitting of the 10th Parliament is now in session.
Item 3, announcements by Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let me extend to you a special welcome in this very special time. Let me take this opportunity to extend a very special welcome to the Leader of Her Majesty's opposition in the House, the Honourable Tobias Clement has taken the oath as Leader of the Opposition in the House of Representatives, and it is a historic moment. It's the first time that I saw the Leader of the Opposition in mask while taking the oath. And we are all in mask today. So I want to extend to you a special welcome and congratulations, and pray that your contribution to this honourable House would be an honourable one. So please accept my congratulations as a member of the House of Representatives and Leader of the Opposition. Honourable members, if you notice that we have our computers, so we are moving towards e-Parliament, and we are almost there. So we all have our laptops, is that what we call it? Or tablet, or whatever name we give it. But we are moving towards saving the trees and the paper. And so we trust that this move is in the right direction, and that we would be a more proactive Parliament because of this. Today, our sitting arrangement is slightly different because of the COVID-19 and the protocol to keep our distances from each other, the physical distance. We have extended the chamber to include the gallery. So the gallery is part of the chamber today. And so it is not a matter of seniority, it's just a matter of positions. So we want to extend to you a special welcome for your understanding in this special situation. Let me say that the microphones are placed. You don't have to stay by the microphone. You can go further back if you want to. If you feel the distance is not enough and you want to go further back, you can do that. But when it's time that you wish to speak, you come forward towards the microphone and do your speaking. Honourable members, I wish us all God's special blessings as we give thanks to Him for His many kindness and blessings to us. It is difficult times, but in difficult times, difficult decisions have to be made and heroes are recognized. Thank you.
Item 4, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I too would want to extend congratulations and welcome to one of our parliamentary colleagues, the Honourable Tobias Clement, for assuming the position of Leader of the Opposition. And I want to extend to him the best wishes and for his contribution that we pray will ensure the House advances in all our endeavor. Mr. Speaker, with respect to item 4, I wish move that the following papers be laid on the table. 1. Minutes of the proceedings of a meeting of the Standing Committee on Finance held via Zoom platform on Tuesday, 14th April 2020. 2. Compliance Assessment Report, Supplementary Budget 2020. And 3. The Supplementary Budget 2020.
Honourable members, these papers and reports are so laid at the table.
Item 5, motions.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that we take motion 5B before 5A. And this is for practical reasons, Mr. Speaker. The motion 5A will certainly pave the way for motion 5B.
Honourable members, we are going to take the motion 5B would precede motion 5A. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion 5B standing in my name, which reads, whereas there has been a worldwide outbreak of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, on 11th March 2020, the World Health Organization declared the outbreak a global pandemic. And whereas on 22nd March 2020, the Ministry of Health of the Government of Grenada confirmed the first case of COVID-19 in the state of Grenada. And whereas on the 30th day of March 2020, the Governor General, by proclamation pursuant to Section 17 of the Constitution, declared that a state of emergency exists in the state of Grenada. And whereas Section 10, subsection 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, number 29 of 2015, the Act, provides that the Minister for Finance may suspend by order for a period not exceeding 1 fiscal year the fiscal rules, targets, and corrective measures under Section 7 and 8 of the Act, wherein a public health epidemic has occurred, for which a state of emergency has been declared by the Governor General pursuant to Section 17, subsection 1 of the Constitution. If the Minister determines that implementation of the fiscal rules, targets, or corrective measures will be unduly harmful to the public financing and macroeconomic or financial stability. And whereas Section 10, subsection 2 of the Act provides that any order made pursuant to subsection 2, subsection 1, shall be subject to negative resolution of the Parliament. And whereas the Minister proposes to make such a resolution, and whereas it is now expedient that the order be laid before the House of Representatives, now be it resolved that the House of Representatives, that the order as set out in the schedule of this resolution be laid.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the House of Representatives, that the order set out in schedule to this resolution, the resolution for the purpose of Section 10(2) of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, number 29 of 2015, be now laid. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the negative resolution, as we all know, permits the Minister to implement by order, and that order will take effect and will be carried upon and will have the weight of regulations, except that any member, while the order is in effect, may debate the order, and if the House or the Parliament so decides, then that order will be terminated. But if the House says otherwise, that order will continue until the Minister makes another order. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the order is in effect, and so by negative resolution, we lay in it so that we can have the opportunity to say whether or not it should continue. But we must be very mindful that negative resolution means it is in order as soon as it is made and gazetted by the respective minister. Why is it necessary, Mr. Speaker? Unprecedented times, we see what is happening around the world, and we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that the rules were made to ensure that we advance fiscal stability. And when we were passing this, there are only 2 countries in the region with such an act, Mr. Speaker. And Grenada advanced further to put in the Fiscal Responsibility Committee, the FROC, Oversight Committee. So we have, what are the rules that we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, that we passed some years back? The primary balance after grant, percent of GDP. It must be not less than 3.5%, the primary balance. What is happening today, Mr. Speaker, with everything that is going on? We looked at China. They went down nearly 7%. With the United States, they even further behind. So when we pass this act, we put what we call an escape clause. Because all these rules must be breached, we cannot continue to operate with them. Because we'll just continue to go down and down and down. So we recognize that a long time ago when we passed this act. What is it now, Mr. Speaker? It must not be less than 3.5. Remember, the Minister of Finance and all the staff in finance will say many moons now, many days we have not collected 1 cent. Yes, not because the people do not want to pay, but because we're in a state where we do not want you to congregate, we do not want you to move around, and so we have to take certain measures. It should not be less than 3.5, and we were meeting that target, Mr. Speaker, but it is just 0.1%. So we're on it, we cannot meet it. The other, Mr. Speaker, the wage bill, a lot of us do that, 9%, not exceeding 9% of GDP. What is it already in the short space of time? 9.9. And if we continue and the GDP continues to fall, where will it be? Just will be 10 and 11 as a percentage, because you have to continue to pay the people, not because they're not working, not because they must stay home because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Speaker, Another rule, the primary expenditure less capital grants. Wow. It should be not exceeding 2%, Mr. Speaker. You know what it is now? 21.6%. So the rules have gone here. Why? Because of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the private partnership arrangement, well, we never had that, so it should not exceed 5%, but it's zero. That one was not effective, Mr. Speaker. And the public debt percentage of GDP, we're targeting 55. Well, as of a couple of days when this was prepared, it was 58%. And we know that at the start of the year, it was in that vicinity. But now, Mr. Speaker, after a month or the next month, it's up in the 60s and going. So our target is 55. So we recognize we must change these things, Mr. Speaker. So the suspension of the fiscal rules that we're proposing today for targets, Section 10.1 and subsection 2 of the FRL, which speaks to the escape clauses, state that the minister may by order suspend for a period not exceeding 1 year. And Mr. Speaker, we're asking now for the rules to be suspended for a period not exceeding 1 year. We could go ahead. If this thing continues, it may require us to go in a further year. We may have to do so. We hope and pray to God that we will not, Mr. Speaker. So, a public health epidemic was specifically mentioned in the Act, Mr. Speaker, as to a lot of other areas where we know once these things happen, Mr. Speaker, the whole economy goes haywire. A natural disaster is another one. A war, another point where you could suspend the rule, Mr. Speaker. So, this must be passed, Mr. Speaker, in both houses. And so now we ask in this Honourable House to allow the Minister of Finance to now operate. Particularly, there's a supplementary budget coming up, and to operate outside of the norm so that we can bring our country out of doldrum where it is, so that we can help our people, Mr. Grady. I therefore propose a resolution as put forward to this Honourable House.
Honourable Parliamentary Representative for St. George North East and Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me at this point in time express my heartfelt thanks for the messages that I have received from all over, friends, colleagues, family. I want to, at this moment, thank my God and my family for giving me the courage to stand here today, to speak on this bill. I know we are not living in ordinary times. Really and truly, it is extraordinary. Brothers and sisters, first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, at a time like now in our country and throughout the world, where lives are threatened, we must be mindful of our brothers and sisters. We have to find the courage to do the right things by our people. Mr. Speaker, when the supplementary estimate comes, I will speak more towards that, the stimulus package. But even as we suspend the Fiscal Responsibility Act for now, I support the suspension in that I know that our economy is decimated, and today we cannot talk about revenues or loans or grants, but it is what it is today. And we see that it like the bottom fell off, and reasonably so because of COVID-19. We are in this economic doldrum today. But even while we do so, Mr. Speaker, I will urge for us as we suspend, we still be mindful that even the little that we have, the little that we're going to get, the little that we're going to borrow, we are prudent with our people's finances or the nation's finances. So as I urge us here again, as we keep safe and as we do right by our people, that we do the right thing to satisfy and to bring back our economy when the times come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
Thank you, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Parliamentary Representative for St. George Northwest, Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies for being slightly late for this session. Just to say that I stand to, of course, support the negative resolution as moved by the Leader of Government Business and Parliamentary Representative for St. George's Southeast. Speaker, I think I would leave most of my comments related to this and other aspects of today's important Parliament session for the next item, which I will be moving the motion for the supplementary appropriation. That's the stimulus package, which I think one of the main functions of today's exercise. I just want to formally say that I support wholeheartedly the motion for the suspension.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Finance, Prime Minister. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, noting what was earlier said, I think it behoves me now to read the order, because the Leader of the Opposition really pointed to a fact that we must not stray too far. And it is not the entire bill, Mr. Speaker, the entire act that has been suspended. It is only Section 7 and 8 which gives us these rules, only the rules that have already gone haywire. But we must still be prudent. We must still prioritize what we're doing. And we must, per se, stay the course in the other areas where we can. So the order says, Mr. Speaker, suspension of Section 7 and 8 of the Act. All the rest, the effect. The application of Section 7 and 8 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, number 29 of 2015, is hereby suspended for the fiscal year ending on the 31st day of December 2020, in the light of the state of emergency declared by the Governor General on the 30th day of March 2020, pursuant to Section 17, subsection 1 of the Constitution, in response to the confirmation of cases of coronavirus disease, COVID-19, in the state of Grenada. Signed by the Minister, Dr. the Right Honourable Keith Mitchell. So it's Section 7 and Section 8. We have 10.1, 10.2. We have a lot of sections, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Finance and the government must continue to follow those. So, a good observation made by the Leader of the Opposition. We just want to give the opportunity to let the public know that the Act is in full effect, except for those that we cannot meet until maybe the first year, and perhaps we might have to go into a second year, God forbid. I therefore recommend this resolution to this Honourable House for passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. Honourable members, the question is that the House of Representatives the order as set out in the schedule of the resolution for the purposes of Section 10.2 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act number 29 of 2015 by negative resolution be now laid at the table. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The resolution is now laid at the table. Honourable Prime Minister, Minister for Finance,
Mr. Speaker, I stand to move the following motion in my name. It reads as follows. Whereas the Appropriation 2020 Act number 10 of 2019 provided for the state of Grenada for the year 2020, and whereas it has become necessary to provide additional budgetary support for the rest of the year 2020, be it resolved that the supplementary estimates for the period April 2020 to December 31st, 2020 be approved. To read? You have to read it.
You want to write? You don't have that?
That's it.
That's the resolution. You had second resolution you read.
This one?
Maybe you have a shot.
Okay.
Just read it.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the supplementary appropriation for the period 20th April to 31st December 2020 be approved. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as this is a money motion, I wish to signal to this Honourable House of Representatives that I have the consent of the Governor General to proceed. Mr. Speaker, before I go into this, let me first recognize the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Tobias Clement, the representative for St. George's Northeast, in his new role. And I make the point that while the New National Party is partly responsible for the member being here, he has that right in our present construct to be in his new role as he has so indicated and agreed to. I therefore, like the Leader of Government Business, look forward to meaningful exchanges for the benefit of the people of this country. I also want to recognize the rest of my parliamentary colleagues for their presence here today. I know the difficulties and the problems that all of them have had to go through in the last several weeks. And even being here today, the fact that we are keeping the 6 feet distance in our construct of the sitting arrangement is an indication that this is not business as usual. I know for them, most of them have been, all of us, have been out in the field politically or throughout our individual constituencies for all the years of our involvement, and I have a lot of this. So this new environment of having to be in your homes literally for 24 hours is a difficult proposition. I can tell you how difficult it is for me, and I know how difficult it is for my colleagues and for almost every citizen throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. So I want to recognize the sacrifices and contribution of my colleagues, and also to you, Mr. Speaker, the clerk, and the staff of Parliament, all of you, for what you are going through, and all of us and have to bear the pain of the present situation confronting our country. Mr. Speaker, we are here today basically for two vital reasons, namely to debate and approve the stimulus package and all associated parliamentary approvals that are required for the same, and to enact emergency legislation that guide this particular period of governance of our country. Therefore, in this presentation, we'll be addressing the former issue of the stimulus package. Mr. Speaker, permit me to comment briefly on where we came from economically over the last 6 years, as it anchors and puts in context our ability to provide support today. Mr. Speaker, we will recall that Grenada was in financial peril when we took office in 2013. And with a strong social partnership that was established, and that would even have to be enhanced today as a country, we rose from ashes and was able to experience 7 consecutive years of economic growth. Reduced debt to GDP ratio from 108% in 2013 to 57.3% at the end of 2019. Further, Mr. Speaker, unemployment moved from over 40% in 2013 to 15.9% at the end of 2019. And the government realized 5 years of consecutive surpluses. These strides, Mr. Speaker, made overdraft facilities for the banks a thing of the past, from the banks, I should say, for government, a thing of the past. Fiscal space and fiscal resilience were recurrent themes as we sought to exercise prudent financial management. It is only this prudent financial management and adhering to fundamental rules, Mr. Speaker, that could be responsible for our ability to provide some opportunity and support to our people in this period of greatest need. Mr. Speaker, needless to say, these are unprecedented times. And in many respects, we are in uncharted territory. No one I have heard speaking in the last several weeks have said that this is not the strangest period of their lives. If you talk to people close to 100 years old, and clearly the younger ones, they all say the same thing. They have never had to go through a period like this. They went through many storms. They went through plagues and problems, but nothing prepares anyone for what is taking place in a global community with this virus. And the evidence of this is watching the developed country with all the resources, the ability to print money as they wish, and we can't print. They are experiencing enormous difficulties and problems. The scourge of this coronavirus, Mr. Speaker, has therefore brought the world to its knees. First world health systems are buckling to pressures of the attacks of this unseen enemy. Therefore, we have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to protect the people of this country at all costs. And we have made every effort to do so. However, we'll need the support and partnership of everyone. Mr. Speaker, I make this point because I believe this is crucial for us. I don't see how anyone could be thinking of self-aggrandizement, whether it's financially, politically, socially, or otherwise. In fact, a quote I got this morning in listening to a political historian, and he was saying that in looking back at history, he saw 5 periods where leaders of this country in the last century of America was being asked to lead in a serious crisis. And he mentioned one specifically, Lyndon B. Johnson, after the assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963, November. And he said, the morning after he became president, one of his staff came in and told him, we need to plan for the way forward for your presidency. And he told him that the Civil Rights Bill would be his #1 priority. And the bill, which many believe had a lot to do with the assassination of John F. Kennedy, because the South at that time, majority of people were not prepared, the South and the Midwest and the West, for any such change. And it's recalled that Lyndon B. Johnson was a senator from Texas, and John Kennedy was killed in Dallas, in Texas. And he said his first priority was to ensure that not a comma in the Civil Rights Bill would be changed. The gentleman said to him, President, remember, John was assassinated while campaigning in Dallas for election. You have an election to fight soon, and you know Texas, where you come from. He said to him, let me say this to you. If the presidency of the country was to be treated as something just to win, then I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't accept it. He said, presidency has to be used to improve the lives of people and to protect people and to do what is right. So if the election comes and we don't succeed, so be it. history record us doing what is right. I say this today because the team of men and women in this parliament clearly understands this. That this is not a time to be thinking about whether you're going to win the next election, how much political points you can score. This is not a time for a businessman to attempt to profiteer from the pain of people, Mr. Speaker. It's not a time for us to feel that we should think only of ourselves and fitting ourselves and forget our neighbor and our brothers and sisters out there who are under pain. Mr. Speaker, it's a time for all of us to battle down and come to terms that we are here at this time for a reason and for different persons in positions of leadership, whether it's in the parliament, whether it's in business, whether it's in the trade union movement, in the church organizations. It doesn't matter where, Mr. Speaker, you lead. We are all leaders in our own right. And all of us have to come to this table to worship, Mr. Speaker. That worship is about the people of our country, saving the people of this land. So who want to play games? Play games. Whether they play games in Grenada or outside of Grenada, they can play games. This is about safeguarding the lives of the people of our country. Mr. Speaker, the virus did not bring along sickness alone to our shores. It brought us serious economic challenges as we have been forced to close our borders. Mr. Speaker, we have to close our borders, and therefore the economic pain that has caused is quite enormous. This has resulted, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, in mass business closures and complete shutdown of the tourism sector in particular. The lives of our people are tremendously affected, and as a responsible government, while we cannot support everyone, we must provide relief to those hardest hit. Mr. Speaker, I make this point and I want to elaborate. Because there is a perception, Mr. Speaker, that the government must help, must give all of us what we want. And those of us who are in positions to deal with the problems of the day, even turning to government and saying, what is there for me? There are some of us who have done well financially in the last several years, whether it's in the business field, in the construction sector, the retail sector. But you're calling to ask, what can government do? Do like John Kennedy. What can I do for my country at this stage? I would expect this is what we will be talking about, Mr. Speaker. We have to come to terms with this. We have to zero in on the poorest of the poor. I've heard people, and that's a good sign, who are asking that they want to know whether we establish an account that they can make a contribution. And these are not rich people, ordinary folks. They are asking. They're not asking for what position I could get, or what title I can hold at this time. That's irrelevant. What can I do to save people at this time? This is what all of us should be thinking of. Mr. Speaker, on the 20th of March 2020, I gave a national address presenting the government's intention to provide relief to sectors hardest hit and the people that were marginalized by the effects of COVID-19. It is important to recognize that while persons are at home due to lockdowns, there are persons who have no income will have no income after reopen due to the impact of the tourism sector closure, which would last long after, probably a period after we've gone back, hopefully sooner than later, to business. Mr. Speaker, this is therefore the purpose of the supplementary estimates brought before all of us here today. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the substantive elements of the appropriation bill that seeks to offer some relief to the people of this country, I must say this: the ability of the government to pay public officers in this time, most of them who are home for the last several weeks, to no decision of theirs, to meet all our public sector wage bills to the tune of $22 million a month support, and to support the social programs which, Mr. Speaker, we expect to be even more than before, because even in the United States, people are seeing long lines of people going to food banks. And people are saying it's the first time they've seen most of those persons. Some of them, they are glad they have the mask in their face because they don't really want people to see them. That's how bad the situation is. But they need food banks at this time. Mr. Speaker, another mandatory expenditure to support key sectors of the economy in this time, we have to do so. And the question is, where is the revenue? You know, it's amazing. Even revenue that people collected for the government, they're asking whether they can hold it back. No, if you don't pay what government normally gets, and you collect for the government, not some tax that's corporate income tax, that, then if you don't pay, then where is the government going to get money? In an economy where the taxation on income is very limited or almost non-existent. If that is not paid, then where is government going to get the money? To meet the payroll of $22 million in 3 months would be $66 million and counting. And I'm not only talking about public sector payroll, not the other commitments of government. And some people are asking, as someone indicated to me, that we should not just be paying the workers of some of the salaries. We should be paying the normal, we should include in that calculation the service charge that they normally get. It's amazing, Mr. Speaker. I make this for what it's worth. So far, Mr. Speaker, normal month, the customs were an average about $30-something million. Today is the 16th of the month, so half of the month gone already. Customs hasn't, I don't think I've reached $5 million yet. See what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker? Inland revenue normally brings in over 30-something, in fact, this month is $30-something million, 32 or 33. Only $8 million, I checked this morning. So, Mr. Speaker, you see the deficit, what it means? So if we project they reach about $15 million each. We're talking about $30 million. About $30 million just in revenue for the month of just 2 areas. I have to say this, Mr. Speaker, to at least reduce people's expectation that the government has some bank or some trench where they can just go and pick up some money. It isn't so. We, all of us, must concentrate on helping the most marginalized. We'll get out of this, Mr. Speaker, I'm confident. And the time will come when we do some stimulus to provide more opportunities and more development and more jobs and more income, and people will benefit from this. So the days for business activities and other areas of normal successes, profit, making the genuine profits, and they have that right. That will come back, Mr. Speaker. But this is the time for sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, at the last budget presentation, I listened to some persons who are aspiring to leaders of this country, questioning the relevance of the downward trajectory of the debt to GDP ratio. I heard those calls. And the only reason I'm making this point today is to demonstrate why we are here today and why we are doing what we are able to do. So they were criticizing the debt to GDP ratio. I was even more concerned, Mr. Speaker, when certain other leaders that should know better were calling flippantly for the amendment of the fiscal responsibility law to merely facilitate increased payments to certain sectors of workers in the country. Mr. Speaker, while I understand it's always easy to speak when you do not have responsibility, leadership, Mr. Speaker, is not about doing and saying what is popular, but is doing what is right in the interest of all concerned. Fiscal responsibility has been and will continue, Mr. Speaker, to be the watchword of this government, as it allows for the building of buffers that are required in times like these. In my view, that fiscal responsibility should not end with this government time. Future governments of this country, Mr. Speaker, and future opposition will have no choice but to support the fiscal responsibility law, because it brings with it significant opportunities, even in the worst times for this country. Mr. Speaker, with all the noises, this government has stood firm because we have a responsibility. And we take that responsibility very seriously. And because of this today, we can provide payroll support to qualifying hoteliers, restaurants and bars, small travel agents, firms that are directed to assist in paying the salaries of the average workers in those business categories for a period of 3 months in the first instance. And each of those businesses, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to fill out the forms that are online and available, and most of them are done so, Mr. Speaker. I would in fact give a total here today before I finish this presentation. And they have to indicate what the payroll is like, and that workers are the ones at certain categories will be paid, and that goes for every business, Mr. Speaker, that has, in fact, in the hotel sector, speaking specifically, who are having difficulties because of the present situation. And they would fill out the forms, Mr. Speaker, and the payments, hopefully, we are thinking that we want to make sure that we can pay it later this month, maybe in the next 4, 5, 6 days maximum, because we have staff that is working night and day. And the amount of work that has been done by these committed public servants need to be given a special medal for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, additionally, income support, and by the way, I need to make the point, Mr. Speaker, the government, based on the numbers we've seen, have agreed to pay 40% of the salaries of those workers. because, as I point out later, we expect the business community, the business involved, would also have to make its contribution. That is, paying workers for holidays. In other words, the unions would have to be involved in that process because everybody has to make sacrifice. And leave that workers earned would expect it to be paid before government chips in with its contribution for those workers. In other words, some hotels staff might be supported by government maybe in the second month. Some may even be the third month, not necessarily from the first month, Mr. Speaker, based on what the workers in that business is entitled to as far as days are concerned that they earned. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, income support will also be provided to the tourist vendors. That's a big headache because trying to get all the tourist vendors who are attached to the NIS and meeting their responsibility, that's been a major problem. It was much easier with the hotel and business sector in getting the data to work with, but it's been a trial effort, major effort, Mr. Speaker, in getting taxi operators were not that difficult either. Most of them are associated with some body or official union. Bus owners also will be supported, but the monies must go specifically also to pay the driver and hopefully conductors and other hospitality-related services. Special consideration is also given to the market vendors for the period of disruption during the state of emergency. Hopefully, based on what the Ministry of Health would be advising, as this ends, then of course the market vendors will be able to earn their livelihood as usual. So we don't expect this would be a monthly support. It most likely be a one-off support that they will be getting. Again, trying to find out the list of market vendors has been a major trial effort. Mr. Speaker, the expenditure in this area is expected to be approximately $20 million. To date, and that you remember, Mr. Speaker, we said $22 million every month for public workers. So you keep adding, Mr. Speaker, and you see what the problem is. To date, we have received applications from 268 businesses. I assume that some still will be coming through in the next few days for payroll support, and 875 individuals applying for income support. That's the status of where we are. That includes, of course, the bus drivers and owners and so on. Mr. Speaker, I must make this point. The government is unable to pay the full salaries of those workers and should not be expected to do so. It is our expectation, therefore, that in the business, the NIS contribution would also, with the workers, would be part of this process because these are the workers' resources, and with the help of the minister responsible and the NIS board, discussions, and the Ministry of Finance, discussions are being held to look at ways in which the workers will be able, those who have to be home and unable to work, would be given some sort of compensation, and there would be some legislation enacted to allow the NIS to be able to do precisely this. The moratorium, Mr. Speaker, provided on debt to the financial sector, and that's where the businesses come in. The banks have agreed to that, married with other financial opportunities that the government will make available, should provide some serious financial space for businesses in the interim. In other words, not all businesses will get payroll support. People like the hairdressers, barbers, and so on, they're not required to have major staffs. So they would be able to benefit from the small business loan, which conditions would be lower than the present condition for qualifying for those loans, and they can use it to meet some payroll support also to the staff. The objective is to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the workers are given some income during this time. We wish also, Mr. Speaker, to encourage all businesses in the listed sectors who can support the workers to do so, as we will be evaluating the request based on immediate financial standing of those entities. Mr. Speaker, we are increasingly concerned about the survival of our small indigenous hotels and that do not have the backing of the international partners. Every effort within the government powers must be made to protect them from failure during this time. It's extremely crucial that we do so. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, added to the payroll support, we have expanded the small hotel facility at the Grenada Development Bank by $7 million under the following relaxed terms and conditions to provide short-term financing to these entities to meet their immediate needs. The basic terms of this facility is as follows. The interest rate would move from 3.5% to 2% in the first year. There will be a waiver of bank and legal fees for the period April to June 2020. The funds also, Mr. Speaker, can be used for payroll and other operational expenses. Mr. Speaker, we have also expanded the soft financing facility at the small business section of the Grenada Development Bank by $5 million on the following conditions. Unsecured loans now is up to $7,000. Persons can now apply for unsecured loan without the kind of security required normally, up to $10,000. The maximum amount accessible under this fund used to be $25,000. We're now raising it up to $40,000. Reduction in interest rate. Interest rate used to be 6%. It will now be 3% for the development and expansion in key sectors. This, Mr. Speaker, is geared at supporting the small business owner, be it a hairdresser, a barber, nail technician, a farmer, fisherman, or clothing store, to obtain funds to help support the families during this time. Mr. Speaker, it is important to highlight that everyone in some way has been affected by the effects of COVID-19. But the support cannot take the same form for all concerned. To the person that has become unemployed due to COVID-19, the unemployment benefits package of approximately $10 million to be rolled out by the National Insurance Scheme would address some of those needs. Another form of relief to the people of Grenada is a 30% reduction in the electricity bill for 3 months. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that electricity cost in this country is a burden to the people of Grenada who are forced to bear. Our efforts to liberalize that sector have been met with rebuke from opposing political forces, and I would say some people who appear not to understand the significance of utility bills in the whole question of development, employment, education, health, every aspect of life, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's crucial. I cannot help every time I reach this point to talk to this. Because there is an element in our own country, an element, some for obvious selfish reasons, and we have to call it for what it's worth, but some who obviously not understanding of the importance of this, who see this issue as an issue of this government versus WRB or some company. This is so far from the truth, Mr. Speaker. What we are talking here about is the lifeblood of the country, the security of our country. And therefore, No company should have the sort of liberal conditions where they can raise rates as they wish. And this is not an attack on the company. It is what we signed to. This is an attack. This is about own self-respect. I am not here dealing with WRB. In fact, I say if I was in their position, I would do it. If some people could be that foolish to sign off to something to allow me to do them all this thing just for my benefit, then I cannot blame them. So WRB, I have no fight with you. Greg McBowen, Mr. Speaker, the member sitting at Georgia Southeast, who's been also maligned whenever he raises this issue, I am sure has no problem with WRB. In fact, if WRB could have modified those clauses that give them the right to control all aspects of electricity in this country, even a man trying to do something in his own home with his own innovation, he has to report it to them. Just the liberalization. If they were prepared to do that, WRB, we want you here. You don't have to go anywhere. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it must be pointed out that the reason for we having to face the International Court is because the government of 1994, then, who is the main opposition party today, signed on to the bill that gave them that right. They should be the last people to be speaking. In fact, they should be apologizing to the people of this country for having signed on to this, Mr. Speaker. And I make the point, colleagues, I want to be making this point. I do not want to be sounding political today, but this is such an important issue because it affects us all. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we said, look, we want to be able to provide some relief at this time while we are negotiating the question of the control of the company, because we've been ordered to buy back the company because of the attempt to change the rules. So we are looking, Mr. Speaker, hopefully soon to conclude this arrangement. And this is not about using funds given for other purposes, Mr. Speaker. We have made it very clear, Mr. Speaker. The government has no interest in managing and owning and managing the electricity company. I have supported liberalization and of many of these institutions as a member of parliament while in opposition, as a member of another government time as an honorary member. I supported the formation of government entities, moving them away from direct government control. So I have a fundamental philosophical approach to letting private sector people run business activities. And therefore, whatever happens after this, government will not own the electricity company in any length of time. So if government has to, as the act or the decision has said, take control, this would be for a temporary period. Let me make it clear. Temporary period. We hope to give out shares to business persons in this country or private sector persons because we believe Grenlec is in fact a very profitable business. So anybody investing in Grenlec will do well. Mr. Speaker, I want to also say this. As we move forward, we have to seek to address the workers and businesses alike. And therefore, we must invest additional funds in the health infrastructure to fight this pandemic. All businesses affected, all persons have been affected. Towards this end, therefore, in this package, $10 million is added to the budget of the Ministry of Health to procure protective gear and equipment for frontline workers and additional testing materials and other items that may be necessary. I'm sure the minister responsible for health, who has been leading the cabinet-appointed subcommittee on COVID-19, will elaborate on many aspects of what is taking place there. And so he will have this opportunity to do so. Mr. Speaker, this country owes a great debt to our essential workers like that of our healthcare practitioners, those who have come forward in this time. Not all have done it, but those who have come forward, we owe them enormous amount. We cannot pay them for their sacrifices. And all other categories of workers, Mr. Speaker, who are so classified, that wake up every morning to ensure that this country is healthy and safe. Mr. Speaker, we must applaud their efforts and ensure that they are protected. Speaker, I want to mention a couple of others. The police officers, some of them have hardly been able to spend any time with their families, out night and day. In fact, I heard one radio program last Sunday where the DJ was calling on the government and calling on me specifically. He mentioned Chief about 100 times. Take care of the police officers. Please take care of the police officers. And I thought, my God, he getting tired, called me, because he was referring to me. And they really, he's talking about all the sacrifices of going home and turning before they reach home to shower and back to provide additional services. We have to thank them, all of them, and the commissioner is now moving to correct some of the weaknesses that exist, and he has identified some of them. And therefore, he has heard your cry, police officers. We have heard your cry. And the people have heard your cry. So expect to see some changes in that area. But an area of work, Mr. Speaker, that we don't talk a lot about. Mr. Speaker, this country has remained clean. This is a period, colleagues, that everybody afraid to be outside. But the garbage collectors, we need to give a lot of praise. And as I pass them, they wave and shout to me as if they're so proud to be out there, masked appropriately. But it's still a dangerous exercise. So we have to applaud the contractors and their workers, because if they didn't keep us as clean as possible, we would be contracting other problems, other diseases that could impact our health negatively, while we are trying to deal with the whole question of the virus. So, Speaker, in my view, COVID-19 has revealed that lifestyle choices are important. Statistics, Mr. Speaker, have shown that persons with underlying conditions are susceptible to succumb to the virus. Mr. Speaker, what it in fact is saying simply this: any one of us can be born with certain basic complaints or health issues and a tendency to certain types of disease. But there are things in many cases that could be controlled. And others where if we do the right thing, the tendency to become affected would be much lower. It seems to me that COVID-19 may have taught us one lesson, important lessons: to watch what we eat and exercise regularly and have appropriate sleep and other related things, and eat a lot of natural stuff that we have here, whether it's the cinnamon with our coffee, whether it's ginger, garlic, Mr. Speaker, and other natural products that we have in abundance here. We have the leaves to make the bush tea, and we're buying all the packages from outside pass through all sorts of chemical orientation to reach here, and we prefer to go and spend a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, the virus therefore has provided us a perfect opportunity for people to eat more local, which support our healthy lifestyle much better. Mr. Speaker, towards this end, the government will spend, therefore, no effort to assist the farmers through the reallocation of resources from the existing budget envelope to ramp up production. And I know sometimes people get tired of hearing us say, eat what you earn, you grow what you eat. It seems to me we must stop talking about this and really act it. So Minister of Agriculture and our team in the Ministry of Agriculture, we have to put some serious effort in ensuring that we can increase the production at all levels in agriculture so that people can be able to eat better and to have the necessary products that are helpful for a much more healthy lifestyle. Mr. Speaker, be assured that we are aware also of the plight of the fisher folks. They're not mentioned directly under the package. But we are not forgotten them, and some work is going to be done. The time period didn't allow for effecting any of this. For discussion in that area, for those who might need, although the period may not be as long because some of them already are able to go out and to earn their livelihood, although there are some conditions and problems associated with that, which, of course, the team will be dealing with. Mr. Speaker, the debouchers, they're people who depend on a few days, a few weeks of work on the road. It's almost 4 months, a quarter of the year, a third of the year have gone already, almost have gone already, and they have not received a cent yet. And that's why we can't forget them, Mr. Speaker. We can't pay just one set of persons in the country and forget the most marginalized, those who depend, the ladies who have the 5 children and others to take care of, and the grandparents and others to help, and depend on a few dollars. So we have to do something special for them. The special project workers and contractors who by now would have been earning a livelihood with several projects around the country, that is small village projects, small roads and walls. They also, Mr. Speaker, we have to do something for them. So the government work has just started, so the resources that we'll get cannot be spent just in one area, Mr. Speaker. All areas must be helped. We are currently, therefore, in discussion with the substantive Ministry of Fisheries and, of course, the Ministry of Works relative to the bushers and the special projects. Mr. Speaker, the initial announcement of additional spending has caused some stir for those persons, some active political persons who are hiding behind in all sorts of names and titles, Mr. Speaker. I've heard it questioning the legitimacy of spending funds that are not appropriated. People who are supposed to be economists will not even do a basic research, but speaking from a political platform, not an economic platform. Mr. Speaker, I merely wish to refer them to the contingency fund as mandated by the Public Finance Management Act and duly recorded in every budget. So you didn't have to do much research to know that the government could afford to spend a lot of money, because the 2% of the total revenue earned by government for the year is supposed to be in the contingency fund, 2%. So if you just go out to the government document and see how much monies that the government earned in a particular year, last year, for example, 2019, you will see what was supposed to be there in the contingency fund. And you would know, therefore, the government has some room to operate from because the money has been allocated. And if we didn't do it, many of the resources we're getting from IDA to do a lot of the things that we're doing, we would not have got a cent. That's what many countries in the Caribbean have not been able to benefit from those loans because they have not had that contingency fund that we have established. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want people to understand, if you want to be in politics, take out the economic hat and jump in the field. That's the only thing I can say. Don't use the perception of being an economist or whatever it is. And I'm speaking broadly. I'm not referring to any specific individual, Mr. Speaker. Talking to everybody, all concerned. Mr. Speaker, I can also say to others, some who says that they're not able to sleep in the night because of this government. Even those persons, Mr. Speaker, will benefit from the electricity reduction. Everybody, tout le monde, will benefit from those reductions that we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the expenditure that we commit to this House today is the first tranche to providing some ease to affected persons across all sectors in some form or the other. The package touches every aspect of the economy, particularly the working class. Mr. Speaker, we are doing our best with the resources that are available, understanding that government still has to meet its obligation to its workers, having just had salary increases in a time where little or no revenue is coming in. The supplementary expenditure would be financed by resources from the development partners to augment local resources to meet two strategic objectives. One, prioritize COVID-19 related spending exclusively, and two, to ensure sufficient buffers to meet potential adverse shocks such as natural disasters. Regarding the first objective, resources received from our development partners would be marked to COVID-19 related expenses as identified in this presentation. With respect to the second objective, given the upcoming hurricane season, the government deems it prudent, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that adequate buffers are maintained to address any emergencies that might arise. The World Bank cut DDO, as well as other resources received from the international development partners, will complement local resources in this regard. Aside from the above, two strategic objectives and the needs of the recovery plan, the government will tightly manage its liquid resources and refrain from non-emergency related spending in the remainder of 2020. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to highlight that to support the initiative of the government relative to this package, a compliance assessment report, which was laid here this morning, indicating the projected fiscal position the country will be in the short term, is laid before this Honourable House. More importantly, the magnitude of the economic shock of this pandemic has forced the triggering of suspension of the Fiscal Responsibility Act law in accordance to Section 10 of the Act. Mr. Speaker, while the rules will be suspended, the law mandates the preparation and subsequent submission to the Houses of Parliament, very important, for approval of a recovery plan. Conversations have started at the regional level on this issue. However, the government will be engaging key stakeholders and our social partners with a view to charting the way forward for this country post-COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, already we're looking at a task force combined of persons in all sectors of the society, the business community, retail sector, hotel sector, and other business sectors in the country, the farming community, the trade union movement, the churches, non-governmental community. We're going to broaden not just the social partners as we know it, broad sectors. We're going to be calling on people soon to meet with us. The political opposition, now in Parliament, would also be invited. The largest political force in the country, party, would also be invited to be part of a planning for the way forward. We need all hands on board, Mr. Speaker. This government has never claimed, no matter what the intentions and some of the languages have been always dictators and all kinds of odd languages used, and sometimes I just laugh. Me? Dictator? Mr. Speaker, I love when I'm called so, because you see, it's not what a man says about you, it's what the people see from you. If they want to see what a dictator is, they must just watch television every day. And they won't understand what a real person with dictatorial tendencies may look like. I don't have a little bone in my body about this, but that's the nature. So the task force, Mr. Speaker, definitely will be established because we want to look how we're going forward, Mr. Speaker. At the meeting of the Carriacou heads that we had a couple of days ago, I reminded my colleagues that to get the tourism sector back up, a number of things will have to be done. This taxation issue on airlines, particularly airlines traveling in the Caribbean, is an issue. It has, in normal times, affected the small hotel sector. When we should be encouraging Caribbean people to travel, our taxes have really affected. We are partly responsible. Reliat was not managed properly. That's a fact, and that's the number one issue with Reliat. But we have contributed to Reliat's demise because of the taxation and the lack of travel among countries in the region by our own citizens while we preach in freedom of market, single market and economy. People are not able to travel. I said, we have to do something about this. Reduce the taxes, and we're not going to lose money, Mr. Speaker. We might probably get more monies because the amount of more people that will travel will make up for the loss on an individual tax that we impose on individual persons coming in. But in this time, we have an additional problem. The airlines, the larger airlines coming in from all over, may insist that they need in a few months at least, given that they have taken a tremendous hit, that they would want some reduction in taxes for a certain period. Clearly it can't be for too long because we need the taxes on tickets to help to run our airports. So clearly they have to deal with this. But there are a number of other issues that we have agreed on. We cannot, if we're serious about getting back to business, the fact is, Mr. Speaker, things have changed. The world will never be the same again for a long time. There's no doubt, just like when we're leaving here to go to some countries in Africa and other places, you may have to take smallpox vaccination and other related vaccination for things that are prevalent in those countries. And until the airline has this, they can't take it. It is going to be, in our view, the order of the day, the future, that the airlines would have to have a clearance certificate, COVID-19 certificate, which verifies that you have been tested in a certain period of time, and retested too, before they can take you to travel. That is even before a vaccine is found. When the vaccine is found, of course, then we have a more permanent situation in our hands. But that must be, and therefore, we cannot do it here in Grenada, and another country does not do it. We cannot do it in all parts of the region, and Grenada does not do it, because it will make a joke of the whole thing. So all countries in the region would have to agree on a protocol established for re-establishing serious tourism activity in the Caribbean region. Discussion has started, and all countries have agreed. We cannot close our borders and next door another border is open. No matter what people say, that can't happen. And if it happens, it makes a joke of the whole thing. And no language and nice words can, in fact, take away from this. We just have to come to terms. We have a responsibility to the people, not ourselves individually, but but all the people of our countries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore, on my view and this government view, adversity is no stranger to the Grenadian people. We have proven time and time again that we are resilient people. Together, we have partnered with stakeholders to support the structural adjustment program as we rode the tide of financial crisis. We also recovered after Ivan. When some people came back here a few months after Ivan, they could not believe that was a country that was flattened to the ground. We've done it before, and we know we can do it again. I look forward, therefore, to similar engagement with renewed vigor as we welcome the new normal that is expected for post-COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, allow me, therefore, to register my profound thanks to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Peter Martinique for their patience, their continued patience, I should say, and adherence to the protocols established by government to safeguard their lives, our lives. For the businesses, the churches, and artists across the country, and to our cultural brothers and sisters who have lent their voices. I've heard so many songs in this time, very appropriate, in supporting the physical distancing and other protocols. We applaud all your efforts, and thank you for using the platform to help safeguarding all of us. The virus has no legs. It is our actions or inactions that will determine the fate of this country at this time. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say this. I receive, well, sometimes when I get up in the morning, I don't really, WhatsApp, I cannot go through the WhatsApp messages. Hundreds of messages on the phones. But sometimes some things, there's some little ones that catch you. I got, so that little old lady would write and say, praying for the leadership of the country at this time and offering a specific prayer. And that touches you. I also received from 3 persons, amazing, and within 2 days, a same message, a photo. And it is about this. It is said, I know you're under a lot of pressure at this time. I know what you're going through. And I know you love cricket. So listen to this video. And they're playing the video of Brian Larap's innings in Barbados in 1995 or something like this. He was saying that is his finest innings in Test cricket, where he made 158 runs to help West Indies to beat Australia in a match where Walsh was his last partner. And everybody was hyped up around the Caribbean. I never forgot that one. And he said that was his finest innings. So they asked me, take some time off and just watch your Brian Lara in the last half hour play what he considered to his best innings. I say this because in all that's happening, in all the pain and the problem, we have to have a sense of humor. If we don't, one of us will choke in this period. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore take this opportunity to commend this motion to this Honourable House and ask all of us to give our support. As I said before, Mr. Speaker, this is not a perfect allocation. It is not perfect. I don't know anything that can be perfect in this time. It's a trial. It's an effort. We welcome advice with suggestions in going forward. This might just be, as I said, the start of a process of correcting the problems that we face and dealing with the problems ahead of us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Finance. Honourable Minister for St. Patrick West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my unqualified support to the motion as presented by the member for St. George Northwest and the Minister for Finance. But before I go into debating the motion, Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the member for St. George Northeast, the Honourable Tobias Clement, on his elevation to the high post of leader of Her Majesty's opposition. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding his elevation, it is always a sad moment when a member of a team decides to choose his own path. It is also sad, Mr. Speaker, and I do believe the member is indeed harboring some sense of sadness, because let us not forget, he was cradled in the bosom of the New National Party, the child of the New National Party, and I believe that the decision he took was certainly not an easy one. But I do hope that he gave full consideration to the move. I am looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to more lively debate in the House, because he will bring an alternative viewpoint on issues. But I would admonish my friend to be constructive in his criticism, because it is always easy to criticize, but far more difficult to come up with alternative solutions. But given his intellectual capacity, I'm pretty sure that he will do justice to his new position. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance was quite eloquent and quite comprehensive in the presentation of the motion. And really, it was not my intention to repeat what was said. However, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you listen to certain radio programs, you tend to get the impression that we are not all living in the same world. Because even at a time, Mr. Speaker, when our country is under serious attack by an invisible enemy, I'm still hearing words like the economy booming. I do not know what economy could be booming in such conditions. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we cannot overemphasize what the member or the Minister for Finance said, because there are some people who will definitely tend to mislead others into believing that what the current situation really is not what it is, Mr. Speaker. And it behoves us all to educate our people, so at least they will know the truth. Because it is said, know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance highlighted the state of our economy prior to the onslaught of this COVID-19 virus. And I just want to summarize again the key elements of our macroeconomic performance prior to that event. Mr. Speaker, we were enjoying an economy where economic growth was almost 5%, and that's a fact. We were enjoying an economy with unemployment rate, Mr. Speaker, a decline to almost 18%, and it was on a downward trajectory. All of the major sectors of the economy, Mr. Speaker, were performing relatively well. Tourism, construction, the education health sector, led by St. George's University. All of our major fiscal targets were met. Primary expenditure growth, less than the 2% benchmark established. The primary balance was in excess of 3.5% of GDP, and the wage bill was below the 9% of GDP as stipulated. The debt to GDP ratio, Mr. Speaker, was relatively good at 55%, way ahead of the target set by the ECCB, or the ECCB, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, with the onslaught of this virus, which no one expected, I will say for us here in Grenada, I don't know about overseas, but we did not expect such a major disaster to hit our country. But it did. And everything, Mr. Speaker, has turned, as we say, upside down. That 4.5% growth that we envisaged or projected is now being transformed temporarily to what most economists consider to be maybe a 7% negative growth going forward. In my humble estimation, because of the significant contraction in economic activities in the key sectors, I will conservatively estimate that unemployment right now might be over 50%. A lot of people are out of work. It could be more, Mr. Speaker. All of the benchmarks, except one, have been breached, and unavoidably so. Mr. Speaker, the budget had projected revenue, total revenue, in excess of $1 billion. Now we might be lucky if we get as much as $800 million, because there's all possibility that there might be a 20% shortfall in revenue because of the contraction in the major sectors of the economy. And the Minister for Finance was quite eloquent in identifying those key factors, Mr. Speaker. The wage bill, Mr. Speaker, has now exceeded 9% of GDP, not because the wages have gone up, but there has been a significant decline, as I mentioned, in our gross domestic product. So obviously, that ratio will change, so it will exceed the 9%. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding those grim statistics, I am extremely happy. I am extremely proud, Mr. Speaker, that this government was able to mobilize $50 million initially to help rescue the present situation. This money, Mr. Speaker, as again stated by the Minister for Finance, will provide much needed income and wages support to a wide spectrum of the private sector. These funds, Mr. Speaker, will be used to help our small industries to get back on their feet. Mr. Speaker, another major achievement is that our people will benefit from a 30% reduction in electricity rate. At this time, it will be highly welcome, Mr. Speaker, at a time when the income of our people has diminished by such significant amount, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is even more astonishing, and again the member for St. George Northwest highlighted those, notwithstanding all of those negatives, Mr. Speaker, there was no reduction in the public sector wage bill. Public servants are all being paid, Mr. Speaker, and being paid on time as well. Pensioners have received the monies. Recipients of the Public Assistance Program, the SEED program, Mr. Speaker, they all receive the monies, or will receive the money. Mr. Speaker, it speaks to a government that is people-centered, putting people at the center of the development trust, Mr. Speaker. Because regardless of what you may do, you could spend on any project, but if the people do not benefit, if the people are not at the center of such program, the effects will be not as significant. And therefore, I must applaud this government for putting the people first in these difficult and challenging times, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if ever there was a time for shared sacrifice, it is now. And I fully support the Minister of Finance in his call to have all hands on deck. Government cannot help everyone in this condition, Mr. Speaker. It is just impossible. And therefore, those who can make a contribution should not be dependent on government to do it. I know that there are some sectors or some businesses that can help themselves. But yet, at this time, everybody coming to government, the Godfather, to give them everything. Mr. Speaker, it can't happen. Our first obligation must be to help those who cannot help themselves, Mr. Speaker. And this is what I will support. I haven't seen the total allocation, who will get what yet, but I'm pretty sure that we will take a people-centered approach and help those who are less fortunate in this time, Mr. Speaker. And I want to conclude on the same statement that the Minister of Finance made by echoing the sentiments of the late John F. Kennedy, President of the United States of America. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. Patrick West. Honourable Representative for St. David.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are really in unusual time. I never thought I'd be speaking from the gallery. But I welcome the opportunity to be here and to be alive. And all of us here must be thankful to God for this opportunity to be here. I want to address the issue of the leader of the opposition, my good friend. I don't know if I could say congratulate, because we are all elected on one party ticket. And we are working together as one team. And now my friend chose to be the leader of the opposition. It is the first time in my 7 years in Parliament we'll have an opposition leader. I was elected for the first 5 years, no opposition leader. Spent 2 years in the second term, no opposition leader. Finally, we have an opposition leader, which I'm confident will bring some merit and add value to the debate, and I'm looking forward to the contribution of our brother, Honourable Tobias Clement. I would not be long, Mr. Speaker, because the Minister of Finance went into great details, and the member for St. Patrick's East as well. But I want, West, yeah, sorry, for West. But I want to highlight just two really important issues, because I've been getting a lot of calls about support from micro, the sole enterprise, micro, small enterprises that we have in Grenada, like the hairdressers, the barbers, and so on. Let me say this additional $5 million, Mr. Speaker, is additional. You remember in the budget, we put $5 million for this year. We put additional $5 million under the stimulus package, so that these people could benefit. So that is where the benefit will come from. The interest rate has dropped from 6% to 3%. The unsecured loan moved from 7,000 to 10,000. You get up to 10,000 unsecured. The ceiling, the amount, moved from 25,000 to 40,000. That's where you're going to benefit, Mr. Speaker. That is the stimulus package that we are offering to micro, small, and medium. And I think that I must highlight that, because I've been getting a call from the micro sector about what it is the government have, and when I explain it, they said, well, that's very good. They could do 40,000 at 3% or 25,000 at 3%. As one tell me, all I need is 10,000. And that will restart, because the purpose of the stimulus package is to help business to get back on the foot, And the guy was telling me all he needs is 10,000 and we'll be back in his position. So this is a real welcome initiative. And in addition, the 7 million to small hoteliers, the facilities at GDB again. Small hoteliers have access to this facility that will help them to rebound in the quickest possible time. Because what we want to see in the economy is a rebound in the quickest possible time. And this is a 3-month stimulus package. I've heard some people criticizing the 50 million, say 50 million, what have to do. If it was not for the sound management of the economy, we would not be able to even give 5 million. It is over the years, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Mr. Speaker, that we have introduced with all these macroeconomic indicators that we have set ourselves and able to achieve it over the last 5 years. That is what have us in this strong financial position today. I doubt I will hear a call to make changes to the Fiscal Responsibility Act again. During the salary negotiation, I was told that we could go to Parliament and change it. You forget about this 2% of public expenditure, increase it. Mr. Chairman, that's a good thing we didn't do that. And so we could have money in the contingency fund, that we have money. We have to be responsible as a government, We can't just react to every call we hear outside here. We are in leadership. We are the decision makers. We work as a team, and we do what is best for the country and for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Matic. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to move to one other issue before I take my seat, because they said the Minister of Finance really went into detail. So, we have heard about the fiscal policies that the government is undertaking. We do not have control over monetary policy because we do not have our own central bank. The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, one central bank serving 9 member states. And therefore, only fiscal policies that we can use. So when you hear other countries announce that they could put millions or trillions, in some cases, into circulation, they could print money. But if you print EC, you know what is happening? We're using all the EC to buy US dollars, So there will be a run on the bank for US dollars. And as a result, if you have a shortage of the US dollar, then that could lead to a devaluation. And of course, with too much money in circulation, could lead to inflation. So we are in control of fiscal policies and not monetary policies. That is in the remit of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. We'll be doing an extremely good job. In fact, the last report I heard from the governor is that the backing ratio for the EC dollar is now 100.7. The backing ratio, that is the strongest currency Mr. Speaker, you have it. All you need is 60% backing ratio to keep the dollar 2.7169 to the US, which 100, percent. We have a very strong currency, and because of the way it is managed, with this pandemic, there is no threat to the dollar, no immediate threat to the dollar, Mr. Speaker. So we are solid grounds with the EC dollar, and I just felt I want to make this point because some people had expressed concern to me that they fear that there might be a devaluation and other things. There is nothing to fear about devaluing the currency because the backing ratio, as I said, is 100%, whereas all that is required to keep it at that fixed rate, and it's been fixed since 1983, Mr. Speaker. Fixed rate currency. So we have a very stable currency that has worked well in our favor. And as part of our ECCB, we've been offered assistance. The ECCB has dropped the lending rate from 6.5% to 2% to government and commercial banks. You may not see commercial banks even accessing it because they are so liquid. They have enough customers deposit. These are our money, Mr. Speaker. Your money they take in and lend other people, They pay you, 0.5% interest on it, and they're lending it at 9 or 6. So 2% may not even be attractive to commercial banks to go to the central bank at 2% when they have so much deposits on hand that they could use and make more money from it. But for government, 2% is a concessionary rate, and therefore the other measures announced by the ECCB as monetary policies will go a long way in helping us to deal with this current situation, and therefore I'm pleased to give my support to the motion as moved by the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. David. Honourable Representative for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the resolution as moved by the member from St. George Northwest, our Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, let me first start by also joining my other colleagues in congratulating Honourable Tobias Clement on him assuming the position of Leader of the Opposition, and I too look forward to him making meaningful contribution in this House. Mr. Speaker, the health of a nation comes before the wealth of a nation always. And I can proudly stand here to say that our Prime Minister and Minister of Finance from day one on this has put the health of our people first and foremost, has publicly made statements that the lives of our people come first. And as such, we've been able to make certain proactive positions and take certain proactive positions, The recognition simply is that a sick people cannot produce. Mr. Speaker, also because of the measures that we have taken since coming into government, which have also been bitter medicine and a hard medicine to take, has put us into the position that we are now. But Mr. Speaker, the position we are now is that we have taken proactive steps. We have closed our borders. We have been able to identify those who have come in contact with individuals who came into Grenada, Mr. Speaker, and while I'm not wearing the red jacket today, I do have an announcement to make, and it is indeed positive. Yesterday we tested 11 more individuals, or received results for 11. All 11 were negative. But Mr. Speaker, most importantly, of those 11, 6 of them were individuals who had previously tested positive. So we can most definitely declare that of the 14 individuals who tested positive in the state of Grenada, 6 of them have officially recovered. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank those who treated and dealt with those individuals. The individuals who who found them, who went there to test them at a risk, but that was part of their jobs. Individuals that belonged to the team of Dr. Francis Martin and Dr. Sean Charles. The community doctors and nurses who continue to go out there and deal with those who have been afflicted or those who are at risk and those who are still in quarantine. The team at the General Hospital, led by Dr. Dolan Noel, Dr. McIntosh and Dr. Donald, and Sister Bagwan for the nurses, who are dealing with those patients who unfortunately have needed hospital care. Our Cuban contingency who are there too, standing side by side with us in this struggle, when they themselves could have been home looking after their own in their nation. Well, Mr. Speaker, the next question I think on everybody's mind is, when do we open? When do we make sure that this stimulus package begins to produce? And Mr. Speaker, like any course in medicine, whether it's antibiotics or others, it must run its course. It has to go a prescribed day, a period. You come off of antibiotics too soon, you can get a relapse. You leave the hospital before the doctors are finished caring for you, it can be to your detriment. So too is our country with respect to dealing with this COVID-19 threat. Mr. Speaker, the last case that we identified was April 10th. We do have some time still in order to be sure, but we have been doing testing, and while those tests, like most of the other tests that exist, rapid tests, are not fully certified, we use them as a screening process. Not the definitive conclusion, but a screening process. And we still, as I announced, continue to do the PCR testing that is accepted by WHO and PAHO. So these tests that we received are used to screen in the same way that in the beginning we were screening based on persons' temperatures and symptoms. We now have an additional tool to help screen our population. We do have other tests on the way that will be the authority that we can use to confirm, and not just a screening test, but just as reliable as the PCR tests that we are using. And those will be used widely throughout. But within the coming weeks, because of the discipline that we have had, because of the sacrifices that we have all made, we can expect an easement. We can expect to recirculate. We can expect to be able to come out. We can expect, most importantly as a nation, to celebrate and give thanks for the sacrifice that we have made as one people so that we can move forward. And I do look forward to that nation giving thanks to the healthcare workers and RGPF and all of our essential workers, private and public sector essential workers, who have paid and played an important role and paid a significant price in terms of giving their time during this previous period. So, Mr. Speaker, the better days are ahead. We are just about over the mountain, but we cannot take this period for granted. We cannot, otherwise all of our sacrifices will be for naught. So we will continue with the discipline. We still have the same Prime Minister and Minister of Finance who recognized in the beginning the need for that sacrifice, and will continue to find that balance that we found as we got to where we are, and we will continue to have as we are going to wherever, with the guidance of God, we will get to, Mr. Speaker. So, just in closing, again to say, I cannot say enough the gratitude to the team, Ministry of Health and RGPF, and also to the nation, to reiterate that 6 of our individuals who were positive have recovered. That by the grace of God and the professionalism of the team at the General Hospital and the Ministry of Health, no one has died in Grenada from COVID-19. The team still needs to remain diligent, and the nation needs to recognize that as we move forward, once we maintain our discipline, I will be able to come on television wearing the red jacket, but with good news as we move forward. But we need to have that discipline. We are almost there. Let us continue as one people, as one nation, getting through this and looking forward to our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. George South and Minister for Health. Good news. Honourable Representative for St. Mark.
Wow. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the resolution as presented by the member for St. George Northwest and Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, as said by persons before me, quite especially the Minister for Health and the member for St. George South, quite a lot has been done in this country. Many people have stood up. Some heroes are emerging in our country. And a lot of persons are learning different skills. We've seen people making fancy masks and other things. And I'm sure that Grenada, just like the world, would never be the same. And Mr. Speaker, with all these good frontliners and all of these good things that have been done, we also seen people who seem to love to wallow in the gutter and bring out negatives and to create panic in this country for, I don't know, I can't think of a reason why you would want to do that, because our nation at this time is already overburdened. And I want to take up a matter, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that I do not forget this. It's not the best thing, it's not the most important thing I want to say, but it is important because I want to allay the concerns of our people in this Dry Island state. Mr. Speaker, once or twice I've received messaging from a particular source, a particular media source, and every time it provides information that produces a lot of discomfort, a lot of worry on our people. And so my first duty here is to allay the fears of our people. Mr. Speaker, when this country was put on lockdown, there was a public statement made by our Prime Minister that our borders are going to be closed, and he was with the Minister for Health and other people, and it was made a public announcement. To date, we have continued in that vein, and the airport has only allowed flights to come in that are bringing supplies, whether it's supplies for the Ministry of Health or supplies for entities that need them, and that is all we're doing, except that there have been requests by airlines and other governments to allow them to repatriate their citizens into other countries. So the flights have been coming in empty and have been taking out, as most other countries have been doing. We respect and we have great confidence in our partners, in the airlines and in other entities, but they operate on their own. They make decisions for themselves, but they do not make decisions for our country. And so there was something put out, a scheduling put out by a particular airline, and that went viral. And we understand the nervousness of our people once they hear about borders being open. So I just want to assure our nation that no decision has been taken in that regard. Yes, a schedule was sent, and it has been publicized, and the airline has its prerogative to do that. But up till this time, we do not see that we are ready to open our borders. We are guided, as we say, by the scientists the healthcare professionals and the Minister for Health named some of them who are spearheading this, but I know they consult with others. And until we are satisfied that the safety of our people, we can secure that safety, the health of our people, then our borders regrettably will remain closed. This is affecting our industry. This is affecting the economy of our country. But nevertheless, the health of our people come first. So I wanted to, through this medium, Mr. Speaker, assure our people that such a decision has not been taken. We value the partnership of our cruise lines. We value the partnership of our airlines, but everything has to go according to a certain process, and we are not there yet. Mr. Speaker, the tourism industry employs indirectly and directly over 10,000 people in our small tri-island state. And before we were hit by this pandemic, COVID-19, caused by COVID-19, we were growing. We had reached over 500,000, and over the season, for that season, in which in the middle of that we got hit, and perhaps earlier than the middle, we were expecting 500,000 and more to have visit our shores, and this was not to be. So we know that the fallout will be considerable, and my heart goes out to everyone in the industry. But Mr. Speaker, as responsible members of this Honourable House and of government, we are well aware that it has impacted negatively on everyone, every industry, every job, every worker. And I am well aware that the Minister for Finance and his team and the COVID-19 team that were looking at the economic support, that they really worked, they spared no effort to crunch their figures and to determine who was the most negatively impacted. And I know the lists are long. They have been very extensive, very comprehensive. We know it doesn't include everybody that perhaps we think, if not ourselves as members, may need to be included at another time. But I am aware that there was a 5 million that is allocated for certain things, and I'm sure that some of the persons who are saying they have been left out, they will find that sooner or later they have been included. So I'm very happy with what I'm hearing at this time. One, it will support, it is a care package, but it is also a stimulus package. So at the moment, the care package for the support in the payroll would go a long way to assist many citizens in the tri-island state, but also in the industry. And since I represent them at this time, I am happy to see that certain categories in the hotels will be supported, our taxi drivers, our vendors who perhaps live on a month-to-month basis, even the vendors in the market square, while they are not directly tourism vendors, but the tourism industry does benefit from that activity in the market square. And the list is pretty long, and I don't want to, a lot of it has been said by the Minister for Finance, and I wouldn't want to go over it. But I think it represents a very significantly comprehensive package that will help quite a lot of people in the industry. I just want to mention a word of caution that this information for the persons in the industry would have been taken from NIS and also from Grenada Tourism Authority, where each vendor and each other person involved in the industry is expected to be registered. And we are being guided, or not, well, I am not involved in the financial calculations, but the persons who are doing that, they are guided by that. And it is time that we, in our country, we adopt a more structured way of doing things, and we heed also the calls, get registered. And sometimes it doesn't take you anything to be registered. And sometimes, compared to what you expect to make, what you pay to be registered is very small. So for persons who may find that their names are not there, I encourage you for the next time around, and God forbid, and on the other side of on the other side of this pandemic, that we ensure that all are registered and functioning. Mr. Speaker, just allow me to mention a few of the items on the package. I'm extremely pleased for the injection of an addition of $7 million for small hoteliers. Some of them have been reeling, even before this pandemic. They have experienced difficulties in managing their businesses, and at very concessionary rates, I'm sure that will go a long way to assisting those persons. Even the $5 million, and I know that there are priority targets for that $5 million for the other GDB loan, but we in the GTA and the Ministry of Tourism, we're looking at new ways that persons can invest in the tourism industry, get into small businesses, create more experiences for the people who are going to come, create more avenues for persons to enjoy themselves in our tri-island state. And again, it was mentioned what the terms and conditions are, and I know it will create a great avenue for some of the persons who want to get into the tourism industry. So it is not a matter of doom and gloom. The stimulus package, and I know a lot of discussions are being held with a number of financial entities that perhaps will bring even more opportunities for persons in this industry, as well as persons outside of the industry. And we look forward to a rebounding of a very robust industry. Let us not mourn too much, and let us not be pessimistic. Let us see this pandemic for what it is. It is an unfortunate, disastrous event in our history. But also, let us look for the opportunities that are there. And so the Grenada Tourism Authority, we're working with our partners, Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, and many of the others, and we're asking ourselves, what can we do now so that post-COVID-19, we can come back stronger and better? We know the competition would be fierce. It is not like a hurricane or other natural disasters, because usually one part of the world is affected, and there are many others that continue. This time, everybody is impacted, and therefore, the competition to get back into industry going to be tight. But as said before me, we have weathered Ivan. We have weathered many other situations in our country, negative situations, and we have come out successful. I believe in our people. I believe in this country. I believe in the leadership. And I want to end by taking a little line from one of our leading Calypsonians. This is a thing of resilience. Grenada has proved itself to be resilient. And let us not, there will be naysayers. Although we know it's a time when everybody should be realizing that we're in this thing together and coming along and offer. And I want to thank all those who have offered, especially in the industry, because we have had our needs as well. But let us not forget, focus on the negative. And I want to beg, do not send to me the negative things and the untruthful things. There are many positive things, many lessons to be learned, a lot of information that can be shared with others. Let us be a positive country, and we will make it on the other side of COVID-19. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. Mark. Honourable Representative for St. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that these times are very difficult, and what is most difficult about it is that we're fighting an enemy that we cannot see. But I'm very happy that we have good leadership. I want to thank our leadership. The COVID team, and also some of the persons that have stepped up to the plate, like our medical team, the police, the essential workers, sanitation workers, and the people in the media that are putting out positive messages. Sometimes it's good to have both sides, but some are doing a good job. So we're very grateful to them. Also want to say thank you and welcome to the opposition leader, although I'm standing at the back of him. I see his movement. I'm standing at the back of you, and I wish that whatever decision you make, it will be to the benefit of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this measure by the member of St. George Northwest and our Prime Minister. I'm very happy of the funds that are being put out there in terms of low interest loans, because that is what we need most. The opportunity to get capital, not just to spend to buy little things that we need, but so that we could enhance our businesses, because that is what the country will need. We need to build back the economy. So that is very good leadership. I'm very happy about that. I know that some other, the farmers and so are getting a little bit of relief. The fishermen, we had very great difficulty in getting to see what kind of relief that they need, because, so Speaker, you have some fishermen that makes a lot of money. And then you have some, the ones that pull the net. They don't own the boat, but they work every day hoping that when they see fish that they could pull the net, and they make very small amount. And they depend on that because that's the only job. So you have, from the top end of the scale, people that make a lot of money, and at the bottom, people that make a little bit. But what is also important is that this time has made us see the importance of being part of the system. That means to register, pay your license, join the NIS, and at least the ones that are making a lot of money, file your tax return, because this is how the government would know how well that your business is doing and what you're doing. So I am, although it's difficult times, I'm happy for the positive lessons that are being learned from what is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I wouldn't take long, but I'm happy for the opportunity, and I want to tell my fellow citizens out there that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. John. Honourable Minister for Finance and Prime Minister. Oh, who was it? Oh, my apologies. My apologies.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Representative for St. George South Northeast and Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, well, you know I would not rest until I make my little contribution here too. Let me thank my fellow MPs for your congratulatory messages and your blessings upon me. And as I said before, Mr. Speaker, this is new territory for me. But indeed, I can go back to history. The Prime Minister, now where he sits, maybe the first time that I really got to know him was as opposition leader after the 1990 election. And I'm sure that probably his experience may have been not too far from where I am today. Having, at the time, I remember 2 seats in Parliament and then 1, but he was here. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, too, that in 1994, it galvanized me as towards being really coming into politics when I listened to the debate in 1994, York House, about the sale of Grenada at the time. But, Mr. Speaker, let me go back to history even further and speak to COVID-19 and let history be our guide. Mr. Speaker, 100 years ago, 1917, 1918, 1919, the world was faced with a pandemic, the Spanish flu, swine flu. At the time, Mr. Speaker, travel was slow, 18 and 19, but the swine flu wreaked havoc on our world community. It is estimated, Mr. Speaker, that between 1918 and 1919, between 50 to 100 million people died. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, let us hasten slowly. I know all countries are talking about opening up back and letting the economy start again. But I will recall from the history that the swine flu of 1919 came in 3 waves. The lift, and there were a few pockets there, and it came back again. The lift, one remained, and it came back again. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 started one place, maybe one person. I say to us today that as long as there is a case of COVID-19 anywhere, COVID-19 is everywhere. So even if today Grenada can say that we will be COVID-free, if there is a case somewhere in Africa, there is a case in India, there is a case in the United States, we still have to be concerned because we saw how this started. Mr. Speaker, the seriousness of COVID-19 cannot be overstated. Lives are at stake. Mr. Speaker, as the gentle lady from St. Mark said, several messages came through on the phone, and they came from time to time. And you wonder sometimes where some of our people will get these messages. But, Mr. Speaker, one particular came in that touched me in such a way that history repeats itself, Mr. Speaker, and I read. And this year was published in 1869, and it was again published in 1990. It's a poem that is written, "This is timeless." And the people stayed at home and read books and listened, and they rested and did exercise. And they made art and play and learned new ways of being and stopped and listened more deeply. Someone meditated, someone prayed, someone met the shadow, and people began to think differently, and people healed. And in the absence of people who lived in ignorant ways, dangerous, meaningless, and heartless, the world began to heal. And when the danger ended and people found themselves, they grieved for the dead. They made new choices and dreamed of new vision and create new ways of living and completely heal the earth, and they were healed. 1869, 1919, and today again, 2020. Mr. Speaker, it is true that things will never be the same again. It is a time of healing. It is said that in some parts of the world, people who have not seen the sky in decades have seen it. It was unexpected. But, Mr. Speaker, I sat and I listened to some of the concerns and some of all the trappings that surround COVID-19. And I have had call for concern in some areas. We call it a plague. This is not the first time plague has met the human race. Maybe in our reading and in our spiritual powers, we have come upon the children of Israel in Egypt. They went through a tough time too. The Egyptians did. And then the children of Israel in the wilderness for so many years. And they went through a very difficult time. And they began to complain, and things were not right. And the leader, Moses at the time, a man that after God's heart too, he got angry and struck the rock. And because of that, he was not made to enter into the promised land. I see we have to sometimes soften up our tone with our people. After all, our people are God's people. I do not think that we should call them stupid, or if they go to the shop to buy a little muzzle, sometimes that's the only money that they have. So we have to recognize, Mr. Speaker, people's lives and humanity, how this is. Mr. Speaker, some concerns that were raised, and as I support this stimulus package, I still say that, well, we all agree that it is just the beginning, because the question that can be asked here, how long will COVID-19 last on Grenada or on the world? For the first 3 months, the second 3 months, we do not know as yet. I ask the question, maybe, yes, we make monies available. How soon do we let these monies be available? Is it to restart business now? Or is it to keep people and the family alive going? Suppose I release it now, and the country is not ready to start back. Then what if, Mr. Speaker? What if this goes on for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, till next year? Mr. Speaker, so we have to tread carefully. Mr. Speaker, we talk about saving lives. And throughout this process, in the past few weeks, I've been out, and I know some of my colleagues, you have been out too, because we had to attend to some disadvantaged folks. And I've had some good moments, and I had some disappointing moments, Mr. Speaker. Because, yes, we put some food hampers together. I call upon people within the community, and they came forward and helped. And I did not have to put it, but the shopkeeper, they put it together. So I just had to collect and deliver, and to give people to deliver. But, Mr. Speaker, when going out on Saturday, there was a little break. And lo and behold, while going through some of the villages, I guess men, women got so happy that I could not believe that I came across people that was intoxicated under the influence of alcohol. And I asked myself, how can this be? Then they said, well, the ban on the sale of alcohol was lifted. And I'm thinking, well, the curfew will go back into effect now, but if I am drunk by the side of the road, maybe they will lock me up. Mr. Speaker, when lives are at stake, I wonder if the most important thing to do is to sell alcohol under some conditions, as long as they don't drink it in the shop. But it is okay. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this. In terms of, I know we are amending as we go in, and it is probably highly experimental. But when the first shopping day was listed on Saturday, I got a number of calls. Mr. Speaker, I will not be able to shop on Saturday, according to religious beliefs, but I see that was changed. Then I got calls to Mr. Speaker in terms of the shopping. Most of us here knows how our Grenadians' last names are. We see that the time A to M and M to Z. And if we are inclined with the voters list, we know that 80% of Grenadian names are A to M. So the last 4 hours where you have N to Z, I mean, who in Grenada name is ending in Y or X or Z or Q or V or Y? So you have the majority of people from 8 to 12, 80% there. And so at the end of the day, then those people with the last name maybe get an easier go. When you're dividing, should you divide the alphabet or divide the population? Maybe these are some of the things that we should ask about. Mr. Speaker, you know, I cannot speak about this and not talk about the farming community, our farmers. And we always talk about the backbone of our economy and our country. And today we see again how important farming would be. I myself practice some, Mr. Speaker, and I have had the opportunity to do a lot of distribution to disadvantaged people because people want to feed their family. Moreover, I got calls from farmers in St. Andrew, St. Mark's, and other parts of the country that said that they have their produce. Some of it is spoiling because the main market is in St. George's. All the neighbors are farmers too. I cannot sell to another farmer. Mr. Speaker, I got a call too from the soursop growers and exporters. And over the past few weeks, at the peak of the season, they were not able to harvest or ship out the soursop. So that at least it is estimated that about 40,000 tons of soursop per week, which they were shipping out before they closed down, ripe and fall. And they cannot ship that out. And they are concerned because by the time this is lifted, the season would have gone. I hope we do remember these people, the shippers and the farmers in that process. And express to me almost with tears in the eyes that I have a few acres of soursop and I just had to watch it ripe and fall. We do understand the lockdown, but if a Amerijet takes it out and they can, we must look to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a time when I know revenue of this country will be down, and to ask the government to provide for everyone would be a tall, tall order that will not be able to be met. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, as we seek to help the disadvantaged in our community, we must be careful. Well, yes, we'll go to NIS, we will check the last payroll, because as is said, there are some of us who will go the extra mile just to do things differently. Mr. Speaker, as we talk about saving lives, and I got a few calls, I wonder that we must be careful in how we handling our Grenadian people. For the lockdown, Mr. Speaker, goods and services cannot move around as normal, and business is not the same. But while I am giving out food hampers, a couple people said to me, Mr. Clement, I do believe I have a barrel on the port. It has mask and it has food. Mr. Speaker, I believe today, in this country, there are several containers of barrels sitting on the port that is not cleared. Maybe as part of the stimulus package, let us clear the barrels and deliver it to the people, because most of the time what the barrels have in it is food. But what we have done, we left them there And at this point in time, we're not clearing barrels, but we're clearing lumber and so forth. Well, yes, we do understand it brings in the needed revenue. But, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, if we leave barrels on the port, and most of them is food stuff they have in it, that will help alleviate some of the problems that we are having in this country. Mr. Speaker, as I move on here, I believe that there might be long, rainy days ahead concerning the history, and I know we almost want to jumpstart this economy and move ahead quickly. But I said that we should hasten slowly. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, things would be very different in this country. And I know the member for St. George Northwest mentioned about the electricity company. And as I said, probably that was when I really came into politics with him because of the electricity company. But it should be mentioned that even today in our country, a lot of questions have been asked. And Mr. Speaker, you can recall that in this very house, over the last 7 years, only one question was asked by a humble servant. But Mr. Speaker, in the coming days, I believe, and in the coming times ahead, many questions will be asked. Mr. Speaker, I am in agreement with this stimulus package as it is. What will concern me, though, is how we spend our taxpayers' money. And what I will ask for is that accounting, proper accounting, so that we can see how much and who gets what and the criteria that are used. When that is satisfied, Mr. Speaker, then we must be open and no clandestine measures to give certain people. We know how sometimes that goes, where we have open ends. But, Mr. Speaker, I would clamor and I would ask for accountability and transparency on this measure as I support it today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Honourable Minister for Finance, and there is somebody just before. Honourable Parliamentary Representative for St. Andrew South West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some brief remarks on the stimulus package and also to take this opportunity to thank the MP for St. George, not thank but congratulate the MP for St. George East, Northeast, on his ascension to this position, His Majesty, opposition, His Majesty, sorry. I want to wish him well in his performance of his duties to the people of the state of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, every segment of the agriculture sector was touched in this dreadful situation we are here today. Every segment was affected, Mr. Speaker. Our large-scale farmers, our small farmers, our vendors, our agro-processors, our nutmeg, cocoa, soursop industry, our livestock industry. Every segment of the agriculture sector was affected. And Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks, we have been working with the COVID team and the Royal Grenada Police Force to find ways and means of how we can support the farmers and the other stakeholders of that sector. Mr. Speaker, we have been speaking with every sector, every part. We have been speaking with the soursop persons, we have been speaking with the livestock persons as well. And we know that it's trying times for everybody. We know it's difficult for everybody. The soursop people, we know that they are losing soursops around this time because it's a peak season. But, Mr. Speaker, if we're not alive, how could we harvest soursop to send to the United States of America? We must look after ourselves first. And I want to applaud this COVID team who have been working. I know because they have been back and forth with me all the time. Because remember, we have over 9,000 farmers in this country. It must be almost the last figures we had from the census that we did in 2012. FAO and the ministry conducted the census. We had 9,300 farmers. Now we must have over 10,000 farmers because we have a lot of young persons who are involved in agriculture now. And so we have 7,000 farmers registered at the Ministry of Agriculture to date. So, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about a handful of people. We're talking about a large number of registered farmers. And once a farmer is registered, it tells you something. They're taking their farming seriously. They've registered. They're looking forward to the support from the ministry, etc. So we have been speaking with the COVID team. It was very tough going back and forth, but they have to make decisions, Mr. Speaker, that can help us to live. Once we are alive, we'll be able to do the things to help move this nation forward. So we must applaud the efforts of the COVID team and the Royal Grenada Police Force. And people on the outside do not understand. But it's going back and forth. Could it work? Would it not work? This distancing, the social distancing, how are we going to work with this source of farmers to observe, to adhere to the social distancing? We had to work it out. If you have your farm in that area, how much acres of soursop you have? How much people we can allow on the farm to pick this soursop? You know how people how we operate, you know. This is something new to all of us. And as much as you talk about social distancing, this morning I'm coming down, and the amount of people gathered together, although they had their mask and covering, but they were close. They were still close. It's something new. And, you know, people not used to that sort of thing. So we had to put this plan in place and submit it to the COVID team. So it's in front of the COVID team. The COVID team will look at it and see how we can get this soursop out of this country. We have to be serious. We have to be responsible. We're responsible for our people. And we have to make sure that they, you know, do the right things. So, Mr. Speaker, during the time, the ministry came up with a short-term or immediate plan and a mid-term to long-term plan. And, Mr. Speaker, apart from cabinet meetings, we have been having a lot of virtual meetings with the Carriacou Secretariat, with FAO, with ICA, to look at ways and means so we can get support for the farmers in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, I think it was Winston Churchill that made this remark, and I quote, "Never let a crisis go to waste," unquote. Mr. Speaker, we must make best use of the lessons learned from this crisis. We have learned so many lessons from this crisis, and especially the Ministry of Agriculture. You'll be surprised to hear the amount of things and the amount of support and the amount of advice that people are bringing forward to the fore now because of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, it's not an easy thing. And I know the farmers, they have all their families to look after. Some of them have large families, some have small families. Some have been, you know, sending their children to school, paying all of this. Now children are home now, but they still have to support their children at home and to support what they are doing. And it's difficult times for all of us. But I'm asking them to be patient and tolerant. I'm asking the farmers out there to follow the distancing strategy that the COVID team has put forward. and let us work together as a team to move this country forward. We have done well. 14 cases, and you listened to the report this morning. 6 of the 14 cases are on their way out now. So we are doing very well, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping that we would all support the team, support what we are putting forward. It would unfold as the week goes by. Maybe next week, the nutmeg farmers might be able to go out. Maybe the following week, the soursop person might be able to bring in, export soursop. And these are the things that are unfolding weekly. They are taxing their brains to see how we can balance everything. So just asking for your patience out there. You know, the farmers, be patient, and let us follow the plans and the strategies that the COVID team have put together. I also want to take this opportunity to speak to my constituents and wish them well, because they have had a lot of problems as well in the constituency. As I moved around the constituency, I could see the plight, I could see the faces of the constituents. Although I wave to them, I stay in my vehicle and wave and, you know, make some utterances, how you all doing, etc. We have been doing a lot of phone calls, calling back and forth to see how they are doing. And those that are in need, we are able to support them, you know, with their immediate needs, etc. I want to tell them that we love them, we continue to work together as a team, and we, you know, do the right things. Do not come out of your homes unnecessarily. Wear your mask, follow the protocols, and, you know, let us work together to get this thing out of our country, out of this world, and, you know, let us try and keep things safe. So with these few words, I want to say again to the farmers out there, and especially our opposition leader, who is a farmer, that we are all in this race together, and let us put our hearts and our minds together to make sure that we get rid of this deadly virus that is plaguing our shores. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. Andrew South West. Honourable Minister for Finance.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and in concluding the debate on this motion, I just wish to point out a few things. As relates to thank my colleagues on the government side for the support, and of course some of the points that have been raised in supporting this motion, and specifically to the Minister of Health, who of course announced that 6 of the persons who were tested now are now COVID-free in the test, and that does not mean it ends there, because we have known cases where people have been tested negative and proved positive later. So this is an ongoing issue that we have to be vigilant and continue to be vigilant on. So I just want to make the point, of course, to reinforce the point made by members for St. David's, also on the micro business. I know that we have to be looking at ways of encouraging the sector as we look towards the whole question of post-COVID-19 and preparing for serious economic activity. And that does not imply that we will be making any rash decisions. The member for St. George's Northeast I'm clearly warning about not to make any hasty decision towards bringing back things to normality. This would never happen. Of course, this government and this country has been given enormous credit internationally for one of the first country have recognized the seriousness of this issue in the region. It was just to point out, 5 weeks ago when we went to, a team of us, 6 of our leaders went to Guyana from the region to look at helping to solve the problems with the elections there. I remember going down the plane and some of my colleagues were shaking hands and hugging people, and I said, guys, you got to be careful. We can't be doing this. And I've advised, by the time we were leaving Guyana, everybody was saying, remember what Keith said to us. And everybody was bouncing each other with their shoulders and not shaking any more hands. We recognized the serious 5 weeks ago, saw the problem, and we moved faster than most countries. In fact, some people were laughing at us when they saw St. George's University students going out of the country. Those who are obviously envious of our success were laughing. There was not something to laugh at and to promote, you know, but some people are doing it, unfortunately. But we recognize the seriousness of this, and we will not put in politics before the health of the people of this land. And so we consistently have been doing what is best, the establishment of the COVID team, with the work done by the Minister of Health and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Health and the Minister of Youth, Minister of Sports, Minister Cox, and the team in general, and several other persons who are helping from the private sector. They're helping with the whole question of how we deal with the problem, because we knew we were in uncharted territory, Mr. Speaker, and we recognize that we need all hands on board. I do want to just say to the member for St. George's Northeast and present leader of the opposition that, you know, when we talk about expenditure, part of the monies that we're supposed to be spending on COVID-19, we have to now allocate $100 and something thousand out of that for Office of the Leader of the Opposition. So maybe he should have announced that he would not accept any funding at this point in time until COVID-19. Remember, I noticed, I see this. No, the point of order? Is there a point of order?
Let me say that this has not yet been negotiated with me, in that I have known in several countries here, even in Grenada, that while we speak about saving lives, there are people who have lived and died for democracy. Mr. Speaker, if by this move I keep democracy alive and put some life and adrenaline into democracy, then I would have done my duty towards our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I hope the member would know what a point of order is. This is not a point of order. This is an explanation. This is an explanation. I know it's uncharted territory for the member, Mr. Speaker, but I think he needs to read the standing orders quite carefully, because it won't be an easy job being leader of the opposition.
I'll remember to guide him in the future.
You'll have to guide him, and I would certainly be advising him accordingly. In fact, if I was to advise him properly, I would say to him that it would be more appropriate to wait for the end of COVID-19, which is hopefully will not be long, instead of ascending to an office, a new office at this time. But that's his choice, and as I said before, I recognize it, and of course, would support him in every aspect. And so let it be that way, Mr. Speaker. But the member made a point about he'd be very observant of any attempt at clandestine operation with respect to the spending of government money. I just want us to be very careful using words that has negative connotation. For people who are working hard, we have public servants who are giving up their family time when they should be out. They were protecting their family, coming into work, who are working at home, public servants, who some of them were on holiday, come back in when most public servants are home. not doing much. They're working to put this thing together, to get the list of vendors, the list of bus drivers, the list of businesses, creating forms, something that never happened before. Night and day, they're working and to talk about possible clandestine, who to give monies to. I don't see any names. None of us have seen names. None of us have known. The public servants are the ones doing the work, Mr. Speaker, and I just want the member to be careful. I know he has to behave in a manner of opposition, but the word and the language, one can do his job effectively as opposition on policy issues, but imputing ulterior motive on people, on his public servants, is not fair. And I certainly want the member to understand this. Another point I want to raise, colleagues, this is serious business. How the member was talking about advising members to go out there and distribute hampers. I would not advise that. Mr. Speaker, this is serious times. We can help, and there are constructive ways to do so. We can help people protect themselves. We have constituents, individuals who are prepared to help in their communities. That has been done. I would advise that. But a member of parliament going out there visiting communities, in this time, we don't even know how this virus operates. Some cases, some people are even thinking you can get it through the air. That's why I've been asked to wear masks. So I would not advise what the member of St. George's Northeast and leader of the opposition advising and talking and seem to be proud that he's going out there. And I would not advise him to do it, because I would like to see him healthy. I would like to see all of us continue with health. I just gave him a warning, Mr. Speaker, because I could only say what I see as the best for all of us here in this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, there are several Grenadians who are asking about having problems. A number of people call about they used to be working and paying rent, and they want to know what could happen to them. That's a serious issue. I just hope, just like how all businesses have been given some space right now by the banks, that I hope that there would not be many rental property owners who will evict people in this 3 months' time because they're not able to pay rent. Especially if the person accustomed paying. Now, I don't mean that because it's COVID-19 and you could afford to pay, that you have refused to pay, taking advantage of the atmosphere. That would not be my call, and I'm sure that's not going to be the call of any one of us in this Honourable House. But certainly, if you have a good client, a person paying their rent regularly and meeting their responsibility, and they've lost their job, I think it would be unconscionable and unchristian-like to evict persons and to put pressure on persons in this time. In fact, in New York, a governor has in fact invoked a special part of the laws to prevent landlords from evicting anybody in this 3 months period. We don't want to go that route. I think it's this where people's conscience and, of course, behavior should be the one, but we use moral suasion to ask people not to go that route. We have a number of people who have built student apartments, some of them are ordinary folks, and I know some of them are hurting. So all these are issues we have to look at, because many of the students have left, and it is not known yet how soon that the university will begin return. Of course, all these have to be based on what we have indicated ourselves and what we put in place for the return of persons coming back to our country. So these are a number of issues. A number of persons are calling about medication, especially in a time of where serious issues of health are being decided. Clearly, more and more persons would be needing support for medication and other things. So clearly we have to do a lot more out there, and the Ministry of Social Services is certainly working to deal with the problem. I find the Ministry of Social Services might find a more increasing incidence of physical abuse, because some people are hardly used to be home, might be home more often than they have been before, and you never know what that could mean. And I'm not talking about men doing it for both sides. Both sexes can have problems at this time, and sometimes it's not just physical abuse. Sometimes mental abuse is worse. If people have poor relationships and they have to stay in a house 24 hours now as opposed to 2 and 5 hours, then you could see the problem. These are serious issues. They might seem like some sort of joke, but it's not a joke. It's a serious issue. So the Ministry of Social Services and Ministry of Health and us in government will have to be doing a lot more and finding resources to provide a lot more psychological support for persons outside there. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a final point before I close. My constituents, St. George's Northwest, I've been going through quite a lot. As it's well known, the Molyneux Road has posed enormous problem. A lot of the shops in that area, because people are not passing through this area anymore, so have found themselves marginalized. The physical problem that this has faced with the constituency has quite been enormous. Indeed, some of the busmen are complaining that the extra travels are costing them more and the problems are passing through these narrow roads. It's really a problematic thing for them. In addition, the perseverance dumpers with the smoke, we don't know what a lot of health problems can emanate. I feel very sorry for the people at Brizan, Beauchejou, Happy Hill and the areas, Morris and Concord, Cotomeli area, and so on. They have to bear this problem, and with all the attempt by the Ministry of Health and, of course, the Solid Waste Division to attempt to deal with that problem, but because of the technical issues involved and the scientific issues of where this fire is emanating and what's causing it, the gas and so on, there could be a lot of health issues. I'm worried. I'm extremely worried for those persons leaving their community. And then now you have COVID-19. So they are dealing with all of that and COVID-19. So my heart goes out to the people of Northwest St. George's in particular, and the people of Concord and the surrounding areas and other areas that have been affected by all that is taking place. But finally, Mr. Speaker, before I close, I raised this issue at the heads of government meeting, and I think it's important that I noticed my colleagues did, in fact, put it in the communique that the heads of government meeting we had 2 days ago, that I think it we, as people, Christian people, and people with conscience, I cannot see why any country in this world that we live in, and COVID-19 has affected all of us, or the entire world, why one would impose sanctions against another country at this time when people are dying. I think it's unconscionable. And I believe all nations, all persons, whatever your political philosophy is, whatever the issues are, this is not a time to allow babies to die, women and children to die, innocent men to die because of sanctions. And I think we are in this world, we must speak out. No matter who is doing it, whether it's our best friend, it has nothing to do with ideology. It has nothing to do with any other issues, economic and otherwise, political doctrines. We live in this world, it's one order. The sanction against Venezuela and Cuba is wrong morally and otherwise. We must speak out about it. We cannot be silent in this. If it want to be imposed after that, well, I don't support it, but that's the choice. But not now. Not now. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to commend this motion to this Honourable House for passage.
Honourable members, the question is, the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2020 for the period 20th April to 31st December 2020 be approved. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Think the ayes have it? The ayes have it. Honourable.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just one thing. I'm sorry I have to, I was going to close on a note. Oh, we have lost a lot of our brothers and sisters abroad. You know, we have no deaths yet, and thank God for it. But we are losing so many of our brothers, all brothers and sisters in the diaspora, in UK, Canada, particularly New York. They're frightened. I'm getting calls left, right, and center. They want to come home. Because every day you get messages. I know some people very close. They were very healthy. And some of them are lying almost in coma now. They're dying like flies in New York. And we must remember them and pray for them at this particular time. I really thank you for giving me this opportunity to make this point.
No, we have two more motions.
We have no motion.
Leader of Government, Mrs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion 5C standing in my name, which reads, whereas standing order number 69, subsection 1 of the standing orders of the House of Representatives provides for the election of a committee to be known as the Public Accounts Committee. And whereas this committee was elected on Friday, 22nd November 2019, be it resolved that the appointment of the members of the said committee be revoked, and be it further resolved that a new committee be appointed.
Honourable members, the question is that the Standing Orders Committee of the House, the Standing Committee for the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives be revoked and a new committee be appointed. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason should be obvious. We never had for the last many years, as a member for St. David articulated, and now we have a member for St. George Northeast been appointed to the post of Leader of the Opposition. And so the construct of the Public Accounts Committee must be looked at. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, I would like to recommend that the Public Accounts Committee doth now comprise the Leader of the Opposition as Chairman, the Honourable Anthony Bosen, and from the other place, Senator the Honourable Christopher Diali.
Honourable members, the members proposed from the Public Accounts Committee are the Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Tobias Clement, Honourable Anthony Bosen, and Honourable Christopher Diali to form the Public Accounts Committee. Are there any objections? None? The Accounts Committee comprise Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Tobias Clement, Honourable Anthony Bosen, Honourable Christopher Diali. D. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to move that resolution in my name, resolution of purposes of Section 17(2) of the Constitution, which deals with the statutory rules and orders. And it reads as follows: whereas there has been a worldwide outbreak of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, and on the 11th day of March 2020, the World Health Organization declared the outbreak. And whereas on the 22nd day of March 2020, the Ministry of Health and the government of Grenada confirmed the first case of COVID-19 in the state of Grenada. And whereas on the 30th day of March 2020, the Governor General at the time, when Parliament was not sitting, by proclamation pursuant to Section 17 of the Constitution and Section 3 of the Emergency Powers Act, Chapter 88, declared that the state of emergency exists in the state of Grenada. And whereas Section 17(2)(b) of the Constitution provides that where a declaration is made when Parliament is not sitting, a declaration of emergency shall lapse at the expiration of a period of 21 days, beginning with the date of the publication of the declaration, unless it has, in the meantime, been approved by the resolution of both houses of Parliament. And whereas Section 17 of the Constitution provides that a resolution of a House of Parliament passed for the purpose of Section 17 of the Constitution shall remain for 6 months or such shorter period as may be specified therein. Whereas it is now expedient and necessary in the public interest of the state of Grenada that the declaration of emergency by the Governor General dated the 30th day of March 2020 be approved by the Houses of Parliament, whereas the Leader of Government Business proposes that the House of Representatives make such a resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that by the Houses of Representatives that the declaration of emergency by the Governor General dated the 30th day of March 2020, as set out in the schedule to this resolution, is approved. So I'll just continue. All right.
Proceed.
Yeah, you want to go ahead? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, working with the Ministry of Legal Affairs, since this resolution, as stated by the Constitution, requires that 8 members, that is more than half of the number of members in the House, must support. Therefore, we propose a very slight amendment to this, Mr. Speaker, because if we had 9 of us here, we had a quorum. And if I voted for, Constitution says it must be a majority of the members of the House must support. So in that context, Mr. Speaker, I'll be reading out very shortly a just slight amendment to the resolution which says that a majority of the members of the House must support. Thank you. I just thought I should bring that up right now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So you may determine, Mr. Speaker, whether it will be a de facto push to count the number of people, just for the record. You will determine how you say 8 people voted for it. I thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the motion speaks for itself. I have a complete explanation, a pretty long one, which explains every aspect of this from the Ministry of Legal Affairs. So I would, in fact, make it available so members can have it in the record and it can be circulated publicly. But I don't, knowing that we have a Parliament session this afternoon and knowing other members will certainly want to comment and concerning their own constituencies and things, that I don't believe I should spend too much time on this, but just to make the point, and to say that as the resolution says, the proclamation by the Governor General has legal standing, and it's a 7-day period first and then 21 days. But the 21 days, it means that the Parliament must meet, if we have to go further than that, to give approval for it and to go for an extended period. So the Parliament now meeting, when it's passed, as was pointed out by the Leader of Government Business, it could go for this, when it is passed here, we can done and passed in the other house. Then it could be for 6 months, Mr. Speaker. So it means that we don't have to come back here if we want to extend the state of emergency past the 3 months or 2 months or whatever it is. But what is significant about this, Mr. Speaker, is that now it has the Act of Parliament behind it. And I want to be careful because already I've received some comments. And, sometimes you have to have a sense of humor in all the problems we face, in psychological and otherwise. I got a few comments. One, yesterday in particular, a gentleman, I don't know the person, they put the name in the message, a WhatsApp message, and then I got one on Facebook stating, Prime Minister, please, don't let us go on this thing for 6 months again. We can't take 6 months. So I had to write him to say, look, the Act of Parliament gives us a 6 months period for emergency to be enforced. But it doesn't say we have to go for 6 months. In fact, this act, the resolution does in fact, it says the law states that the Governor General, on the advice of the Cabinet, can in fact annul the emergency at any given time as on the advice of the Cabinet. So it could be next month, it could be 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, 5 weeks from now. So we do not necessarily, we just cover ourselves for 6 months, but it doesn't mean that we have to go for 6 months. So I just want that to be clear for those who are concerned that we're asking them for 6 more months of emergency legislation. That is not, I honestly hope with that, what we're seeing right now on the Ministry of Health, the Minister, the statement this morning, and of course the team, the work of the COVID team, who have done enormous amount of work, and like I have to give more and more compliment to the team, that the Minister of Health and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have been working closely with other members of the team in ensuring some of the decisions that we have made. They have not been perfect. Sometimes people complain, why is this one get passed and that one didn't get passed? I just want to make this point. We cannot be perfect in this time. They will not be perfect. They never indicated that every decision they make was necessarily optimal. But in these trying times, we just have to give each other support. And if there are areas that pointed out of weakness, it is brought to their attention with the Commissioner. I want to also make the point. The Commissioner of Police, he's been working as a member of the COVID team and working closely. I don't know where he gets time to rest because he's been at it literally 24 hours. So I want to give special consideration and thanks to the Commissioner of Police for his work. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to just commend this motion, and as I said, there is quite an elaborate explanation of all aspects, the legal aspects of this. I just want to say this: 7 days, yes, first proclamation, then 21 days, and now we give an effect to this officially, and then this can now go on for another 6 months if we wish to, but we hopefully, and I'm quite confident that we won't have to be going to that extended period. I want to therefore commend this motion to the Honourable House.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the motion that this Honourable House approve the resolution for the continuation of the emergency, declaration of emergency by the Governor General, dated 30th day of March 2020. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to put the wordings. To put the wordings for the resolution, which should read, now therefore be it resolved by a majority of the members of all the members, yes. It is understood here, it's just a majority, but be it resolved by a majority of all the members of the House. And in which context, Mr. Speaker, up to you. You may wish to call for a division, or you may wish to make us put out our hands as in school, but it has to be recorded that it's a majority of all the members. So we must get at least 8.
Honourable Representative for Tongue of St. George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion as presented by our Prime Minister. First, let me welcome the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Tobias Clement, to this House, and I look forward to spirited debate and discussion, of course, all in the interest of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the state of emergency, I just want to, I'll try to be as brief as I can, but to state that in some of the discussions this morning, it was said, and I want to reiterate it, that in our discussions in the COVID committee, and I want to pay tribute to the committee, because the committee and many members have said it, and the member for St. Andrew Southwest did say that we're always in touch with everybody. It's an attempt, Mr. Speaker, to balance the science and the economy. It's always a question of, do we free up the society to make contact with each other and to have the economy running, or do we try to follow the science? And you see the same debate every day in the news. You see it in the United States and Britain. So it's not an easy task. For example, with the Ministry of Agriculture, we have to be back and forth. How do we get the farmers? I must say there was a whole lot of cooperation between all the ministers of government and all the sectors of our economy to try to get that balance. So whereas, you know, and what is strange sometimes, somebody will say, we should shut it down now. But we should open it up for 1, 2, 3, 4, shut it down. But so there's always this balancing of science versus do we open up the economy. And I know as we go forward, I want to add my voice of caution that there are some countries that opened up too fast, and they had to lock back down. So in making a decision how we go forward, how much do we open up, how much of the economy do we allow to restart, we have to always remain cognizant of the fact that our primary objective is to ensure that we save lives. Because if we open too fast, and then something happens, everyone can say, you see what Keith Mitchell do? He open up fast and people die. But if we keep it down too long, then they're going to criticize him for keeping it down too long. But we as leaders have to take that burden on our shoulders, and the burden is on the Prime Minister and all of us to try to make sure we do the right thing to ensure that lives are saved. Because this coronavirus, Mr. Speaker, is not a known phenomenon. It is unknown. We don't know where it is. We don't know how it is. As somebody said, it's an unseen enemy. So in the state of emergency, in supporting the state of emergency, what we are trying to do, the primary objective, is to ensure that our people maintain social distancing, that if it exists in a community, we can find it. And I want to pay a tribute to the scientists, to the doctors, to Dr. Charles and Dr. Martin and Dr. Mitchell, and all of the others, and even our own Dr. Clarice Modest Cohen, who is part of the team, who is always reminding us, they are always reminding us that we must do what is necessary to ensure that we do not spread the disease. And I must say that we have been following the scientists, And as we go forward in the next couple of weeks and months, we will listen to the scientists, at least at the committee level. We will advise our Prime Minister and our leadership on what the science is saying, and then we make a policy decision based on the best interests of our people. And there will always be complaints. And I urge us not to only listen to when people complain, I can't move, I can't do this. Listen to what the science is saying. You know, I always tell my colleagues, it's like when we were young, and sometimes your mother said, well, you must take this medication, and resist it because you don't like the taste. But at the end of the day, she was doing it because it was in your best interest. So I want to pay tribute to the COVID-19 committee, the members of the committee who have been working diligently day and night, arguing back and forth. Believe you me, Mr. Speaker, all of the views in our society are expressed in the committee because we argue day and night about it. So I want to state my full support to the state of emergency, but I want to urge Grenadians, please, follow the social distancing. Some people say it's not social distancing, but the physical distancing guidelines. Stay home if you do not need to be outside, because, you know, we notice on some days when people are given permission to go out to shop, it's as if we're saying, just go out and do anything. No, it is to go shop, get your essentials, and go back home. Not because you yourself might get ill alone, but remember, and this is one of the reasons why school remain closed. People say, well, young people can't die from it, but young people can bring it home and give it to their parents and grandparents and kill their grandparents and parents while they themselves may not show severe symptoms. So I just want to urge us to support the state of emergency and to ensure that we keep the social, physical distancing. I just want to pay tribute to, as Minister for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, the communities of Britain and the United States. We must really keep them in our prayers. Over 40 Grenadians, Mr. Speaker, died in New York alone. And in the United Kingdom, many more are dying. We must pay tribute to them. And you know what is fascinating to me? While they are undergoing that, I have received messages from diaspora communities asking what they can do for us in Grenada. That is amazing. Amazing how our diaspora community, despite their own challenges, still thinking of how they can help us here. So I want us to keep them in our prayers, see how we can give their families support here, because many of them have families here who need that support. You know, I spoke to one undertaker in New York who is a Grenadian, asking him to, and this is one of the tragedies, that one family, Mr. Speaker, not only did the gentleman die, but his family was not able to recover his body because there were no spaces in the funeral homes. So we had to be asking around New York to try to get space in a funeral home. One funeral home said to me, listen, I'm trying to get what you call these containers now to take more bodies. He alone had 15 Grenadians in his funeral home. So I really want us to keep them in their prayers and to ensure that we can do whatever we can to give them the support, because the Grenadian community in the diaspora in New York, in London, in Canada, they have been very, very supportive of us in Grenada. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, and I promise to be brief because I know we have a time hindrance on us, is to express how pleased I was that the Prime Minister raised the issue of sanctions in the heads of government meeting. This is a time when we should be seeking to support each other, to lift sanctions, as a matter of fact, in the middle of this crisis, so that we can save lives. In Venezuela, it does not matter if you're a supporter or not a supporter of the Bolivarian Revolution, you will suffer from COVID. Similarly in China, similarly in Cuba, in these countries. And you know what is amazing? I want to also use this opportunity to thank the governments of Cuba. The Cuban government sent nurses to Grenada and are about to send doctors to this country. In the face of their own crisis, the government of Cuba is sending assistance not only to us. You look on the television, you realize it's sending assistance to all countries all over the world. Secondly, the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We got over 3,000 tests last week, some of which we are currently using from Venezuela at a time when they are suffering and they are facing sanctions. And the government and people of China, they gave us supplies, and more supplies are coming from China next week. 3 governments who are subject to sanctions. I want to express on behalf of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, on behalf of the government, on behalf of the Prime Minister, on behalf of the people of Grenada, thanks to all of these governments who are assisting us, thanks to the WHO, thanks to PAHO, thanks to all of the international agencies who are helping us, but also thanks to many of our embassies and ambassadors out there in the diaspora, out there in Brussels, in London, in Canada, who are helping us. They have all come together, Mr. Speaker, to help us. So as we fight the disease, as we fight the virus, and there are other people facing the virus, we must always bear in mind that we are not in this alone. We are supported by people out there who want to see us do well and who will continue to support us as we try to rid Grenada and the world of the virus. So in conclusion, I also want to say to my constituents that I know they are going through difficulties. I've done what I can with the resources we have to ensure that they survive this. The Prime Minister said something earlier that I want to reiterate in closing. That while we have difficulties now, there are many more problems facing us in the future. Minister of Agriculture said it, and another Caribbean leader said it, that a crisis, he said it in a much, maybe a humorous way, a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. As we go through these difficulties, and as our businesses face challenges, we have to look to new ways. We have to look to new ways of doing business so that when we emerge, as we did emerge from Hurricane Ivan, we not only emerge stronger, but we'll emerge better organized. For example, the use of technology. People have been meeting all over the world. I know our own Prime Minister talks about the need for us to have more meetings using Zoom and Skype and these methods. In fact, he said it all the time as a means of cutting down the expenses we have of travel. But look, we are meeting now. In fact, we've had several meetings of committees of this Parliament. The committee meets by Zoom every day. These are ways we can cut down expenditure, but also these are ways we can make it convenient and easier to do business. But, Mr. Speaker, we'll have much time in order to discuss that. I want to express my support today for the State of Emergency Bill motion, and to say that our people should support it by doing what the state of emergency asks them to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for the tongue of St. George. Honourable Representative for Carriacou, Petit Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the resolution as it relates to the approval of the declaration of the 30th of March by the Governor-General declaring a state of emergency for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we are in a very critical stage in our fight against COVID-19. And I believe so far, Mr. Speaker, that we have been doing a wonderful job. We have been keeping the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique fairly safe. As for Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Speaker, I can say that we too have been doing our part. We have been working collaboratively with the Ministry of Health, the COVID-19 team. We also, Mr. Speaker, have a local on-the-ground COVID-19 team, both in Carriacou and in Petit Martinique. And we have been working together to ensure that COVID-19 does not reach the shores of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I would want to say that Carriacou and Petit Martinique was one of the few places where COVID-19 never made an appearance. And Mr. Speaker, we have been doing just that. The measures that we have implemented thus far, Mr. Speaker, have worked and is working. Mr. Speaker, though some of those measures I know brought a lot of inconvenience and hardships to the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, I've heard, Mr. Speaker, a lot of noises with respect to the said hardships. I've been accused, Mr. Speaker, of being uncaring and being unkind. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is only because we care. It's only because we care for all the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, these measures, these restrictions, these regulations were implemented. Mr. Speaker, it's because we care for the vulnerable and the elder in our society, because we care about the hardworking police officers, the nurses, the doctors, the persons on the front line. That is why these and other measures were implemented, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to address a particular issue as it relates to the widely discussed issue regarding food shortages in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. And, Mr. Speaker, I must say categorically that Carriacou and Petite Martinique is not experienced and is not experiencing any food shortages at this time. There's a lot of people who want to make the outside world believe that we, the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, are hungry. That could never be further from the truth. All the arrangements, all the mechanisms that we have put in place ensured that there was food and water for the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, over 4 boats, cargo boats from Carriacou and Petite Martinique in this instance, left Grenada filled with cargo, filled with food for the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, I can only say that the persons who are spreading these lies and this propaganda are doing it for one thing. They are trying at this time to score cheap political points. But I know my people, and I know that they go to the supermarket almost on every shopping day, and I know that they can attest that we are not hungry, and there is enough food on island to feed all of us. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the members of the Royal Grenada Police Force attached to the police station in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. They have been doing an excellent job. I also want to thank the members of the Coast Guard who was responsible for getting me down to Grenada here this morning very safely, and hopefully will get me back up. But, Mr. Speaker, they have been doing a wonderful job. Also, the people themselves, Mr. Speaker, have really listened to the call. They have adhered to the regulations, the warnings, and the restrictions. And so far, we are doing really, really well. Mr. Speaker, also on the front line, I want to commend the truck drivers and the truck owners who are responsible for bringing and carrying water to the homes of the people of Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, we are in the dry period, and so we depend on water from our desalination plant, which of course has its issues. But, Mr. Speaker, we have, through the Ministry of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, have a water program whereby we deliver water to the persons who cannot otherwise afford to purchase same from the desalination plant. That has been working well, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to do so. These persons, Mr. Speaker, must be recommended because they too are on the front line. We're telling persons every day to wash their hands for 20 seconds. We cannot do so in Petite Martinique if we do not have potable water. And so these persons have been going out there day after day on holidays, on weekends, to ensure that potable water is delivered to the homes of these persons. In this vein, Mr. Speaker, I really make a clarion call for us to look, as a government, to look at the water situation in Carriacou as we go forward. This COVID-19 is an opportunity for us to assess where we are as a government, to assess some of the things that we need to do in order to better provide for our people. And I call, Mr. Speaker, on the relevant authorities with respect to the Nawasa plant in Carriacou to ensure that the intended project to upgrade the existing water plant, to ensure that the pipes that are now on the ground at the Nawasa's premises are installed so that we can have running water, running potable water throughout the length and breadth of Carriacou. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity to thank also the Attorney General from the Attorney General Chambers and the legal drafters attached to the Ministry of Legal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, these persons basically have given the legal guidance in terms of ensuring that the state of emergency is within the legal parameters and that the drafting of the regulations and other amendments and legal changes are done appropriately and in accordance with the Constitution and the other various legislations. They too, Mr. Speaker, they must be commended for that. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the people and the business community of Carriacou and Petite Martinique who have worked and continue to work with us to ensure that the less fortunate among us are not forgotten during this period. Mr. Speaker, I've received many calls and many types of assistance for persons who during this time were not unable maybe to provide themselves and their family with a meal. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to purchase and to allocate much needed items, care packages for some of these persons. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do so because I believe that we must touch these persons who are so affected by COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we want to be able to boast at the end of the day that COVID-19 did not make an appearance in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to adhere to all the regulations, the restrictions, the warnings. And I know the people of Carriacou will likewise want to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, in this regard, I know that we have made some gains where we are concerned with respect to COVID-19 in Grenada, but we must continue. We must continue. And I believe that if the state of emergency is not continued at this time, the gains that we've made over the last few weeks can be known to naught. We can go back to where we started. And so, Mr. Speaker, in this regard, I lend my fullest support to the resolution to approve this particular resolution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for Carriacou and Petite Martinique. I was wondering if you would be down here today. And when I did ask, I was told you were coming, and then I started to wonder, how is she going to get here? Thank you for coming. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in closing this motion that supports the Emergency Act passage, the resolution for that, just want to thank my colleagues for their contribution, the member for St. George's Town, Tom of St. George, and of course Minister of Foreign Affairs, for again elaborating on the problems concerning our diaspora friends out there. In fact, I've heard to remember that there's over 50-odd persons as of yesterday that passed, and the numbers are, in fact, several of them now are, some are home sick, very sick, and some are in hospitals. So we have to pray for their recovery. It's a very serious situation. Mr. Speaker, I also want to compliment the member for Carriacou and Petite Martinique on our presentation, because I think it's important because to allay any perception that there is some issues about the lack of attention of the state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique for the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, so that others from outside had to come and rescue the people of Petite Martinique and Carriacou. We are taking care of ourselves, and we just wish others are doing the same thing for their own country. We wish them the best. That's all we wish. We would never attempt to give an impression that we are rescuing anybody whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. So I just want that to compliment her and to say that the efforts that they expended in Carriacou to help themselves and to ensure that the people of Petite Martinique also is well taken care of is something I want to commend all the citizens of Carriacou and Petite Martinique on their efforts for working together. It's one thing, you know, Carriacou and Petite Martiniquans, historically, the people of the entire state is a very proud people. But I think Carriacou and Petite Martinique have a special element of proudness, if there's a word like that. So I don't think they want any perception. If you give somebody from Carriacou or Petite Martinique and you give them a piece of food, the worst thing to do is go and talk about it. They would be mad with you forever and forever, amen. Grenadians are the same thing too, but I think there's a fierceness in that state. So I want to commend the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique for their understanding. Everyone is going through. There's no part of the state right now where it could be said that people are so happy and that things are so nice and dandy. Every part of the country. There's some sacrifices being made by citizens in St. Andrews, in St. Patrick's, in St. David's, in St. George's, all parts of St. Mark's, St. John's, or every part. Brother, the member of St. John's talk about the fishermen in the western side and the country as a whole. They're making a lot of sacrifices. The fact that many of them could not go out, some of them in the agricultural sector suffered losses, as the member for St. George's Northeast mentioned earlier on. So sacrifice is the order of the day. No one is immune from sacrifices at this particular time. And just final point I want to make. You know, when this whole emergency thing started and we said we're going to close our borders, and you know, the minute someone comes in here, someone in a private plane lands here and he has features of a Chinese, then you have all these noises as if the government and the Prime Minister in particular importing COVID-19 people into the country to destroy the people of this country. And you have persons in this country, elements in the opposition who have nothing else to do. I was surprised even the leader of that political party who you expect at this time coming in new would be saying something different and giving a speech and talking about the Prime Minister allowed people of Chinese to come in here in the dead of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. I had nothing to do with this, absolutely nothing. But it's just so sad when you see people using a situation that should all be united and working together, sending the right message, attacking innocent people for doing things to destroy their country. Someone who has given his entire life promoting the development of school, made sacrifices to give up lucrative appointments abroad and to come home and make sacrifices to help in the building of his country. And he's been great to bring people here because he's benefited in personally and otherwise. That's the implication. It's sad, but that was what was happening. The good thing is, and what is good about it, no one can say that a Chinese person came in here and had COVID-19. Every incident of COVID-19, the 14 cases here, came from where? UK and USA. But you have heard nothing said. I couldn't be accused of the one bringing them here. But I just want to make the point. We are in this together, Mr. Speaker. We're doing what we have to do. We're getting the political benefits or losses about the decisions that we make. We are concentrating, as the Minister of Health said, and the member for the South of St. George's said, we're concerned about life. If you don't have life, and I think a member for St. Andrews Southwest also articulated the same point. What is the point about food if you have no life? What is the point about sauce up if you have no life? What is the point about making more money? Your hotel's filled if you have no life. That's the issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend this motion for the enactment of the state of emergency to this Honourable House for passage.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, because of the importance and nature of this motion, a division would be taken, in which case the clerk would call each representative by name and you will indicate yes or no. Honourable members, the question is that by a majority of the House of Representatives, that the declaration of emergency by the Governor General dated the 30th day of March 2020 as set out in the schedule to this resolution be approved.
Mr. Speaker, by a majority of all the members.
Of all the members present. The clerk.
Even though a majority of all the members.
A majority of all the members.
Must be recorded.
Which would be recorded. So we'd have that on record. So let me say it again. By a majority of all the members of the House of Representatives, the declaration of emergency by the Governor General dated 30th day of March 2020, as set out in the schedule, be approved.
Honourable Prime Minister Dr. Kit Mitchell.
Aye.
Honourable Gregory Bowen.
Aye.
Honourable Dr. Clarice Modest-Cowan.
Aye.
Honourable Anthony Boson.
Aye.
Honourable Nicholas Steele.
Aye.
Honourable Delma Thomas.
Aye.
Honourable Alvin Dabrio. Honourable Pamela Moses.
Aye.
Honourable Peter David.
Aye.
Honourable Yolan Bain Horsford.
Aye.
Honourable Oliver Joseph.
Aye.
Honourable Kendra Maturin Stewart.
Aye.
Honourable Kate Lewis.
Aye.
Honourable Emmeline Pear.
Aye.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition Tobias Clement.
Aye.
Mr. Speaker, I report.
Honourable members, we have everybody voting aye. So the motion is passed by a unanimous vote. And let me just remind us that we are getting tight on time because at 3 o'clock there will be a sitting of the members from the other place.
Item 6, bills.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to move the first reading of the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation Act 2020.
A bill to make provisions for the appropriation of an additional sum to service the state of Grenada for the period 28th April to 31st December 2020, shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2020.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the relevant standing order of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all the stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the relevant standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Think the ayes have it? The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I therefore beg to move the second reading of this bill and to inform this Honourable House that I had the consent of the Governor General to proceed. Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, in moving the second reading, just important for me to point out, we already have discussed in detail the motion for the supplementary appropriation, which has detailed every aspect of the purpose of this bill and the details of it, and therefore there would not be much need for me to say a lot more, except to point out that, as I made the point, in terms of the wage support, it will be 40% of wages for workers at certain levels of all of the areas that we mentioned in the bill would be supported with the application forms available, and we call in on members, those who have not done so. So far, 268 businesses have already sent in application and so on. In addition, the buses are going to be given $800 each, the owners of the buses, to support the drivers. That's a monthly. It's, in other words, for 3 months, monthly, $800 each month. We would love to have given more, but Mr. Speaker, the bill itself is quite large, and we don't know the time period. We may have to be doing this not for 3 months, maybe for more months. So it's both the drivers and the conductors must be paid first. The owners cannot keep the money for themselves, just for themselves, because the buses, those who own the buses and have the banks to pay, the banks are giving 3 to 6 months of grace. So it cannot be said that I have to find the money now. So whatever is given, it's primarily to support the workforce. And of course, we expect in some cases the owners will have some expenses that he wants to deal with. So I think it's important to mention this specifically. In the case of the vendors and so on, they are working right now as to the amounts. There are different amounts being looked at. So very soon there will be an announcement of how much. It will be a one-off, Mr. Speaker, not a monthly thing, because we do not expect that the vendors should be able to apply their trade very soon in the normal way that they have been doing. The fish vendors are we working on, and mentioned by the member for St. John's, that we have to look at certain sections of the fishing community, not all sections, so we don't expect that bill to be very high. We would work with the member, the minister responsible for fisheries, and the team in the Department of Fisheries and the fishermen in general to see what relief we can bring. And there must be other areas, as I mentioned before, that people would be coming forward and asking for relief and bringing legitimate concerns to us, and we have to be prepared to help in some of those areas. So, Mr. Speaker, therefore, I commend the second reading of this bill to this Honourable House.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the bill Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2020 be read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, I therefore assume that members will have Incentive. You didn't say.
Do we have any members? Any contributors to the bill?
No.
No? Please proceed, Mr. Prime Minister.
Remove the
Second reading.
the
Honourable members, the question is that the bill Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2020 be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
The Speaker, I therefore beg to move that the House resolve itself
Yes.
into a committee of the whole
Just
House.
before.
Yes, Your Honor, sorry. Yes.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2020.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I therefore beg to move that the House resolve itself to a committee of the whole House to take this bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, this House now stands in committee.
Okay. Clause 2, appropriations.
Mr. Prime Minister, you may sit.
No.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 2, appropriation, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
Honourable members, the question is that the schedule forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 1, the short title, forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister, for the third reading.
I beg that the House resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resumes and the chairman of committee reports progress on the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, this Honourable House resumes. I have to report that the Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honourable members, I beg the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I therefore beg to move the third reading and passage of this bill.
Honourable members, the question proposes that this bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2020.
Honourable Parliamentary Representative for St. David.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled COVID-19 Tax Relief Bill 2020.
An act to suspend specific tax obligations imposed by other acts of Parliament to alleviate adverse financial effects of the coronavirus disease pandemic, shortly entitled COVID-19 Tax Relief Bill 2020.
Honourable Representative for St. David.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all the stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Seeing the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question proposes that this bill be read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 Tax Relief Bill 2020 seeks to suspend specific tax obligations imposed by other acts of Parliament to alleviate adverse financial effects of the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, namely the Annual Stamp Tax Act and the Income Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, the Annual Stamp Tax Act.
Member. Honourable Prime Minister.
Just want to remind that you have to inform that the Governor General accent. This is a money bill.
Oh.
Governor General accent has been obtained.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Minister of Finance. So Mr. Speaker, there are two specific taxes this bill refers to. The first one is the Annual Stamp Tax Act. Now, the annual stamp tax requires businesses to pay annual stamp tax in 9 equal monthly installments from April to December in the year for which the tax is payable. This bill seeks to suspend the tax liability under the Annual Stamp Tax Act for the period 1st of April to 30th of June. And for the sum to be payable between 1st of July 2020 and the 31st of December 2020. So the suspension is from the 1st of April to the 30th of June, but that sum will be payable between 1st of July 2020 and December 31st, 2020. That is the first amendment. And I will go straight to the essential points because of time constraint. So I'll go to the second one. So that's the annual stamp tax. The second is to suspend the tax liability under the Income Tax Act for the period 1st April to 30th June 2020, and for the sum to be payable between 1st of July 2020 and 31st of March 2021. So there will be a suspension for the tax liability for income tax from April to June, but that sum would become payable between 1st of July 2020 and 31st of March, the 9 months. Because usually at the end of the tax year, you have 3 months, 3 additional months for filing, and that is why it is up to the 31st of March 2021. So that is the period in which the tax will become due and payable, and the suspension will run from 1st of April to 30th of June. No, the tax will not be paid within that period of time, but it will become due and payable between the 1st of July 2020 and the 31st of March 2021. These are the key, that's the key points in the bill, Mr. Speaker. As I said, give the time, I would not elaborate on all the details. It's just to give relief to taxpayers for these 2 specific taxes, the annual stamp tax and the income tax for the period April to June, and the period when it will become payable is stated in this amendment.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in supporting the second reading of this important bill, just to add, to thank the member for leading this discussion, the motion, this bill discussion on the second reading, and to say that the fact that the government has decided to do this, it means that it certainly is going to affect revenue of the government for the rest of this year and maybe some part of next year, which means, therefore, there's going to be less revenue collected by government with a commitment to all the financial support expected to give, and to state that we are not even seeing the whole picture yet, because we still expect others will be coming forward, as I mentioned before, that we may have no choice but to do something about. And so I just want us to be understanding, and those who are seeking support and wanting everything from government, to realize that this is a period of sacrifice, not just for the government only, but for all concerned, so that persons should not be expecting to get more than that is possible under the present circumstances that we are facing at this time. So I just want to commend to support the second reading of this very important bill that we have before us. But, Mr. Speaker, just also say this. I've been involved over the last few weeks at several meetings virtually, regionally, of course, internally here, of course, in many cases with stakeholders around the country and with constituents, but also internationally. Because right now, Mr. Speaker, I'm still chairman of the Monetary Council of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, and therefore I have to be involved in lots of virtual meetings and chairing those meetings, which goes on for hours. And also, as a member of the OECS, we've been meeting regularly, so at several occasions I have to be on virtual meetings for a length of time. And with the Caribbean Development Bank also, as a governor of the bank, as a member of the bank, I have to be involved in several meetings and providing direction as far as policies are concerned. At the World Bank meetings, they've been calling meetings, sometimes I had to ask for the Minister of Works and other members to stand in for me, because some meetings are taking place almost at the same time, simultaneously. So there's been a lot of work. A lot of people don't know what is taking place. They think some of us are just home, but we're probably working harder mentally now than we've been working before, because of the strain of dealing with the problems that we are facing. I just must add that we expect significant support based on the number of things that we see coming. We expect about $17 million from the World Bank initiative to support the civil aviation area, because of that's Grenada's component of this. We expect serious support also from the IMF for the SDR support for different countries. It could be about $20 million US. These are monies to be going to be spent for different activities, and to also make sure that we are prepared also for, in the case of natural disaster coming. So it's not just to spend all the resources we're getting now. The UN services have come forward also with some support, grant support in some areas. The European Union has signaled also that they will be providing some significant support. The meeting of the IMF team recently have been recommending additional support for countries, particularly countries like Grenada, that have been meeting managing their fiscal situation in a much more astute way than some of the countries have been doing. So we are benefiting in a lot, to some extent, because of the way we have managed, and that's why we shouldn't loosen our belts at this particular time. We should continue to do what we have to do to protect the resources of this country and to protect the future generations that we are here right now, and we're preparing the ground for future leaders of this country. So on this note, Mr. Speaker, I would just want to support the second reading of this important bill.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Finance. Honourable Representative for St. David.
Let me thank the Minister of Finance for his support for the bill, and I wish to commend it for its second reading.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill COVID-19 Tax Relief Bill 2020 be read a second time. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the COVID-19 Tax Relief Bill 2020.
Honourable Representative for St. David.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, this Honourable House now stands in committee.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 2, interpretation, forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, suspension of obligations under Annual Stamp Tax Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 3, suspension of obligations under Annual Stamp Tax Act. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, suspension of obligation under Income Tax Act.
Honourable members, the question is that suspension of obligation under Income Tax Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 1 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable Representative for St. David.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the House resumes and the Chairman of Committee report progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resumes and the Chairman of Committee reports progress on the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, this Honourable House has resumed. I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendments. Honourable Representative.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Now, do you have it adopted first? Honourable members, the question is that this Chairman's report be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable Representative for St. David.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that this bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the COVID-19 Tax Relief Bill 2020.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence now because you had afforded us the permission for every member to have 5 minutes, and you, with foresight, said no, it will be like 3. Now some people have spoken to the constituents, and those remaining, they have not gotten the opportunity. We know time is of the essence. So, Mr. Speaker, I just beg of you to speak to the nation and to tell the members, their constituents, that they would have addressed them, but they can't now because of time. I too wanted to speak of the workers in Grenada, Lime Flow, and Nawasa, the telecoms, because they're doing a lot now, but we don't have the time now. So I just want the nation to know that those of us who did not speak to our constituency is because of the time constraints. No, I'm not asking, I understand the Senate must meet in order to do the passage of this very important bill. So all of us must understand. But I say it so that those of us whose constituents were waiting and now will not hear anything, that they're well aware of why it was not done so. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, the next time we hear, you will give us the opportunity to do that. So on behalf of my other colleagues and myself who did not get the opportunity, not because we did not want to, but certainly because of time. And I'm begging of you, Mr. Speaker, to reiterate this to the listening public for you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Leader of Government Business. I know that some of the parliamentary representatives would be disappointed. But the issue is that the people from the other place would be meeting in about an hour and a quarter's time. The Senate would be meeting this afternoon. And so we must get out of here and have the whole place sanitized and get ready for the meeting of the Senate. And it would not be possible to have members, parliamentary representatives, address their constituents today. I promise you this. If God gives us leave, we would ensure that you have an extended time at our next sitting. I must apologize to you for not giving you the opportunity now, but it cannot be helped. We must get out of here to make way for the next people. So the parliamentarians, the constituency members who may have been listening to hear you say something nice to them, tell them, dream of the beautiful things that you would have said. Honourable members, this special sitting now stands adjourned.
COVID-19 spreads from person to person through the droplets that are produced when someone coughs or sneezes, which makes it easy to spread between people in close contact. Now let's get prepared to stay healthy.
To reduce your chance of catching or spreading COVID-19, practice these simple everyday preventative measures. Droplets can also land on surfaces, so ensure that you wash your hands frequently for a minimum of 20 seconds or sing the happy birthday song twice. Avoid touching your face, especially your eyes, nose, and mouth. If soap and water are not readily available, use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer with an alcohol content between 60 and 90%. 70% is ideal.
When you cough or sneeze, cover your nose and mouth with a flexed elbow or a tissue. Dispose of the tissue immediately and then wash your hands. If you notice someone has a fever and cough or other symptoms of respiratory illness, avoid close contact when possible. Let's all do our part to ensure that each and every Grenadian remains healthy. Our health is our collective responsibility.
So glad to see you. You see, I've been thinking about this case between government and Grenlec, and I need to better understand a few things. You see, some people say government to Grenlec to court, and others say Grenlec to government to court, and he say, she say. So who really took who to court?
I know it can be confusing, Suzanne, but it is simple. If you study the ruling from the court hearing which took place in Washington, it clearly says that WRB, the company that owns Grenlec, took government to court.
So why Grenlec decided to take government to court?
For what it's worth, government decided to change the law so that the price of electricity can be cheaper for Grenadians. I guess the company felt that they would no longer be making the fat profit if people are paying less for electricity, as when they had full control over price and everything else. So guess what? The company decided that they wanted government to take back the company. They took government to court and demanded that the people of Grenada must buy back the company and pay them a sizable amount too. But you know what? They could only have done this because of the contract that the NDC government signed in 1994, that if any government passed any law to make the price of electricity cheaper, the state had to buy back the shares.
Interesting. You see, that's why I always trust you to explain these things, making it simple for me to understand.
So what WRB wants government to do is to buy back all the shares that the NDC government sold them in 1994. The contract they signed with the NDC government then does not allow any competition, which is why our rates are so high. And what is worse, the then government agreed with them that if government had to buy back the shares, the price would have to be a lot more than it is worth, and the company must decide the selling price.
Pure manje popo. That was a real giveaway, man.
You hit the nail on the head, Suzanne. Government has no choice based on the court ruling. The court said that Grenada has to pay this foreign-based company based on the contract the NDC government signed in 1994. But guess what? Even if the NDC administration signed this bad deal, I'm happy that the NNP administration is prepared to pay up. And credit must be given to them that just a few days after the court ruled, government has already announced that our electricity bill will be reduced by 30% for the next 3 months because of COVID-19. My dear, all things work together for good.
I can't agree with you more. I fully agree.
I think government should just pay Grenlec their money based on what the court says. And let's keep moving on to cheaper electricity costs. Remember, we have the highest electricity rates in the region.
Stay up to date with all that's happening with the new national party, NNP. Send us a message via text or WhatsApp on 405-8683 with your name, email, and constituency. Stay in the know with NNP. Get updated.